And welcome back, everyone, once more to the land of Sundered Crowns. The city of Karak Asgore, capital of the Dwarven Kingdom of Gurdak, where the party has come, seeking the aid of the dwarves against the fivefold truth, which you have learned is apparently only a small, well, shall we say, a single head of the Hydra that is the great corruption that apparently inflicts the planes. What you have discovered in your time in the city is that the dwarves, particularly their magical center of learning, the Gazbarak Thor, have been studying this influence, whatever it is, for quite some time, seeking to learn more about the cause of whatever is not only repeatedly fomenting conflict across the coast, but also you have most recently learned stripping away a portion of the souls, the energy. You're not entirely certain what the correct verbiage would be, but that those who perish, the kingdoms and the people that fall, are not going to their final destinations as they should. That at least a portion of them is being sent elsewhere. In company with your new compatriot, Magnus, an old friend of Uther's and another reaper of the court of Carvalen, you now seek a dwarven fugitive by the name of Kardek Bodhadrada. This man, or this dwarf, was once a noted scholar of Gazbarak Thor, taking a leading role, indeed, in their study of the corruption and its manipulation of soul energy. This knowledge, however, apparently proved too much of a temptation to him, and he has turned, it appears, to dark practices, using the souls of sentient beings to power forbidden machinations. These practices saw him banished from Gazbarak Thor, and it was intended that he would be arrested and executed for what he had done. But, as you have learned, he disappeared over a decade ago, and however does continue to be a thorn in the side of the authorities of Karak Asgore. Magnus, having been in the city for some months, believed that he had a lead on this individual, knowing that apprehending him would go a long way toward clearing the reluctance of Gazbarak Thor in sharing the knowledge and resources of the dwarves. You accompanied him to a section of the city near one of the main watercourses that flow out underground into the deeper into the underpaths of the world, and there encountered a dwarven smuggler by the name of Tarkan. Uther, the smooth bastard that he is, was able to avoid any potential conflict, and indeed persuaded Tarkan to apparently part with some of the information as to Kardek's current location, or at least exactly how and where he had disappeared to. And so, with the bribe having been taken from the table, and Tarkan staring over the surface of his desk at Uther and Naira, we begin once more.
See, that didn't need to be painful.
Indeed not. You and your group. And his eyes flick out the window, taking in Wanderer, Lorium, and Valko, whom you can see, and then glancing at the door on the other side of which Magnus stands with his great arms folded, staring haughtily about the docks. You seem a most capable group.
Yeah, we have a bit of practice, actually. Bundles of it. Violence is kind of our thing, but I'm glad we got to work this out.
Violence.
You're very kind to notice.
Thank you. I strive to be a hospitable host. Tell me, if we are to talk further business, would you care for a drink, either of you, or your companions, perhaps?
Raises eyebrow, looks at Naira. I actually think we're rather... Now we've got our lead on our target, I think we'd prefer to wrap these things up a bit more cleanly.
You're so. Very well then. This man, Kardec, well, I of course would not associate with anyone so obviously criminal, but there was a gentle dwarf who booked passage on one of my vessels that made its way out to the outposts of Gurdak. A dwarf by the name of Sheridan Ostel Bedouin, which is in the chat there. He booked passage on a vessel going to the small outpost of Gardhalek. Perhaps a day or so's sail if the currents abide.
He'll just smile and go, "You got that, Naira? I'm sure she has it on a map."
Yes, I assume I don't even need to roll for that.
No, yeah, you certainly for Naira. Yeah, you do recall Gardhalek was a very small notation on the map, suggesting that, as he mentioned, it is indeed quite a quite a small. You're not certain if it would be a settlement or precisely what the nature of it is, but yes, you do recall it as a marking on the map along one of the larger waterways that flows out from Karak Agzor
Naira's actually
down and off to the. Oh, sorry, go on.
sorry, I was going to say Naira's going to get out her map, sort of spread it out in front of him, point to where she thinks she's going, and says, "Is that right?"
Indeed, yes.
And the fastest way there is.
Well, a vessel will take you there if, as I said, if the currents abide in about a day or so. The current does flow out from there, and he points to a point further along. However, the journey back will be slower unless you continue further down the river and enter these locks. They will take you to this other watercourse here, which will allow you to return to the city in a more timely manner.
Naira's like, noted.
Uther will then smile and rise to his feet as he says, "And I'll have your information for once we get some proper trade flowing. I'm interested in seeing your ability to move around some of my products."
Indeed, I look forward to trying the Elben vintages of which you spoke.
It'll be magnificent, as he just gives a big grin.
He smiles and kind of gives you the equivalent of a small bow before sort of languidly gesturing behind him to the direction of the dock front, And saying, had you specific plans for your journey? I do have launches that could be acquired, if you so chose, or if you plan on waiting a day or so, I will have other vessels heading in that direction.
Drums his fingers. I think we should. What would it require to use one of your launches? We could give an explanation of your efficiency once we arrive back with the Senate.
It is all the same to you. I am a humble businessman, far beneath the notice of such an august body, and I have no ambitions to rise below that station.
Duly noted. There are advantages to remaining beneath the notice of others.
Indeed, there are.
Then what is it you seek? Coin?
Coin is always most welcome. And he kind of strokes his beard a little bit, looking at you. So, I would be willing to give you use of a small launch capable of traversing the waterways in question for a deposit of another 500 gold. 250 would be returned to you should the launch be returned to my docks in suitable condition.
Sadly, I believe you cleaned out my coin on hand with your information. I believe we'll have to procure other means then.
He sort of bows and opens his hands. Go ahead and give me an insight check, anybody who's able to see him.
Ooh, not terrible.
Nice.
Oh, terrible.
Naira, from the way that he is speaking, and just like the way that his face, sort of the micro expressions that passed over his face at your refusal, he actually seemed quite eager for you guys to engage on this expedition.
While gold is all well and good, sometimes favors are more valuable, sir. I'm sure there might be something that we can do for you.
He kind of leans back and flicks his eyes across you again. And he says, "You have talked most casually of dealings with the Parliament and other low bodies within Karak Agzor.
We do make a lot of friends.
What obligation of honor, honesty, or duty do you have to these?"
Why do you ask?
As I have said, I have an interest that certain of my dealing remain beneath the notice of these bodies, and of others, such as the Biar Bonda, who you know are essentially the city guard and army of Gurdak.
Mm-hmm.
I will allow you use of one of my vessels for this venture, if I have your agreement that beyond the precise fate of Kardec, should you find him. The other discoveries and happenings that occur upon your voyage remain more discreet.
Naira will just sort of put a hand up, and then in the earpiece, she'll just say, "That sounds pretty reasonable." Assuming that it's not going to be something that interests, Carvalin.
His eyes are kind of he can see your lips moving, and the fact that you're doing that, there's obviously something going on, but he can see his eyes kind of bouncing back and forth between the two of you. And by the way, that is a party line, so Wander, Midnight, and Laurium, you guys were also aware of that, so you can chime in if you wish.
Roger.
What were his terms exactly?
If I remember correctly, that perception skill that Midnight rolled at the end of last session, that was to hear into this room, right?
Yes, it was. No, you are correct. So yes, Midnight, you would actually already be aware.
Cool. Never mind. I mean, that is a pretty nice deal. But, Uthi, other than collecting souls, would there be a reason why Carvalin sent your old buddy to look for this man?
Not that I can think of. Usually we're here to pick up problems and kind of remove them. Rotten apples in the bunch, so to say.
What do you think?
I think it could be acceptable.
Naira will take that as an affirmative. She'll nod. Outside the party line, she'll say, well, provided that none of that comes into conflict with our king's agenda, there's no problem with that.
Very well. I suppose that term is unavoidable. Allow me to make one caveat of my own. Should you feel compelled by duty or other bond to reveal more than what we have agreed upon, that being only the fate of Kardec, then the fee for use of my vessel shall come fully due.
And how much was that again? I missed it.
500 gold.
That seems fair, she'll say, looking at Uther.
Agreed.
A deal is made, then. And he stands up and offers his hand. I believe this is the traditional method upon the plains.
Indeed. As he reaches out and firmly shakes the figure's hand.
When would you wish to leave on this grand hunt of yours?
Through the earpiece to transfer to everyone. Y'all ready to go now?
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Midnight will turn to Magnus and say, well, sounds like their talking worked. We might still get to see you in action, Magnus. You ready to go now?
And he kind of glances inside, and you see a big grin spread across his face. Why, Uthi, you smooth motherfucker. Why, yes, my boy. And he looks down at you and he says, why, yes, my boy, I do believe I am ready for action.
Over the earpiece. Over the earpiece, you hear strangled noise. No, you just hear that is one yes from me and one you smooth motherfucker yes from Mac.
Can we get an earpiece from Magnus just so we can hear his voice more often?
Well, if you want.
Smile and say, I think we're ready to go now. I just checked with my group. Just still eyes clasp, eye contact with him. Just make it a little unnerving.
And he actually does kind of seem a little bit sort of not put out or put off, but a little bit just kind of like, who the fuck are these guys? At this whole interaction, as he just kind of goes, well, then, far be it for me to stand in your way. Target! And he turns, and the dwarf that was kind of lounging in the corner, just sort of casually hefting a hammer, sort of stands up to attention, and he goes, get a launch ready. He hurries out. And Harkin turns back to you guys and says, it will take perhaps an hour or so to make a craft ready for your use. In that time, you may enjoy the hospitality of my humble establishment, such as it is, or occupy yourselves as you wish.
I think we might get a hot lunch before we leave and just give him a bit of a bow. Talk to you or your men soon. As he makes his way out.
It's been lovely.
Indeed, it has, my lady. A great pleasure doing business with you. And let's just go back up to the main city. Is it actually?
No dwarves were harmed in the making of that interaction.
Just their pride.
You leave Arkan's small, low-ceilinged office and step back out into the dock district. The air here is moving rapidly. The result of some very cunningly crafted channels of that carry the winds from the surface of the mountains down and blow away the fumes and smoke that belch from this industrial center of Karak Agzor. The air is filled with a constant background cacophony of hammers and machinery, voices and mechanisms and creatures blending and echoing and re-echoing off the ceiling several hundred feet above you. But as several of Arkan's dwarven workers rush off toward the dock to, apparently at his command, prepare a launch for your use, you have about an hour, according to his statement. Do you guys just want to kind of go and find the equivalent of like a cafe, essentially?
I mean, yeah.
Grab a
Yeah,
moment
a nice shawarma place.
Oh, sounds good.
Dwarven shawarma.
That sounds like that would be particularly good.
Yeah, it does.
I know, right?
It's earthy. It's weird.
I mean, this being a working area, there are no shortage of eateries and the like. None of them particularly high class, unless you specifically wanted to go to like one of the nicer sort of guild hall kind of areas, which are a little ways further up. But yeah, you can absolutely find a place that will serve you. I mean, it is definitely dwarven food, but it is good. Like, it's all kind of very basic, but perfectly edible. Quite good fare. You'll notice that a lot of their food seems to focus on kind of, well, rather predictably, tubers and the like. Things that grow underground. There's a lot of mushrooms and fungus and stuff like that that are prepared in a variety of ways. And, you know, if you were going for the equivalent of like a shawarma place, instead of a classic kind of like naan or bread pocket, it would be something like the cap of a mushroom that had been carved out and prepared, and then filled with meats and things like that. And interestingly, to those of you that have an interest in such things, you'll note that rather than having some of the more traditional spices and things, there appear to be, I mean, perhaps unsurprisingly given the setting, a great variety of different kinds of salts and kind of minerals that are used as seasonings rather than the more traditional herbs and spices.
No, trust me. Get the beer fried mushrooms, and then sprinkle on that black powder. Just not too much; it'll burn you. I swear.
You
Hey,
eat
is this
black
good?
powder.
Yeah, just keep the flame away from it.
But yeah, you are absolutely able to, you know, find an eatery. The dwarf that is there is very clearly unused to dealing with non-dwarves and is just kind of very open. Many of the dwarves in this area seem very unused to seeing non-dwarves, and you are a subject, especially a group as eclectic as yours, is the subject of a great deal of open, naked curiosity. But dwarves also are very kind of generally quite stoic and respectful as well, and so, you know, you are able to maintain your own privacy if you wish to have any discussions.
Alright. So, what all do you think we're facing, and do you think we can trust him to actually not sell us out?
I assume that's on the call, on our earpiece.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise, Naru's about to be like, rude.
Not 100%. I do think that it would make much more sense for him to help us along. It really will work out better for him in the long run, not just us dealing with him if he does try and fuck us over.
To get his name part of the stake.
Yeah, he'll be on there. I think this whole place's wanted list. And just as I said, if you were disrespectful, I'd have to kill you. Kind of the same. As he just turns and goes, "What do you think, Maggie? Is he gonna fuck us over? Is this boat a boat ride to hell, and we're just riding behind the gates?"
And he grins and says, "Well, I was wondering if you were going to include me in the doubtless fascinating conversation you were engaged in. It is
Sorry,
so wonderful
habit.
to receive an invitation."
Habit of keeping things secret is he just reaches up and then he'll like hit his earring.
Goes, "A neat little gadget, that. Perhaps we should look into such things at the court. They do seem to have a myriad of applications."
You know what? I've been thinking that ever since we got him. That would have helped us get out of some miscommunications earlier on.
Well, I have always found that our backup plan has been very effective. What is it that they say? Violence is a universal language.
See, I agree with this man.
A man after my own heart, and doubtless the hearts of many others.
Usually at the end of the glade.
Well, if we are getting to a bad situation, which I feel like we might be, we're bringing in heavy hitters. As he looks between Lorium and Magnus. But I also think it would make sense for him to just stay off of the Federals list. Nobody wants to have the Queen coming down and taking a closer investigation as to why the ambassador went missing.
Indeed not. I can't imagine that he would wish to avoid such scrutiny. What was, if you do not mind, the thrust of your conversation with him?
Midnight choke.
I understand you seem to reach some kind of understanding, and though I could not make out precisely what transpired, he seemed determined to. Well, we do evidently now have a destination in mind.
I first went in saying that we were gonna clean him up or perhaps turn him in, and he got scared and was ready to fight like a cornered animal. Luckily, they pointed it out. I was able to switch speeds on him, make him realize that this is the better business option, and he owes this man no real loyalty, especially if he is as destructive as we believe. It seems to have been enough to push him onto our sides, or at least that little line in the middle where he's willing to give us some help.
And by the way, Naira is just looking at Uther with just such admiration. She's just like, he's really so very clever.
Like, you only ever did need this flattered gap, Uther. I myself tend to need a, and he grins down at Midnight, broader approach.
You can't get mad when we do it to you now. You can't get mad.
Talking about
Now we're
me.
gonna do it more. No, I'm talking to Andrew. Because now we're gonna do it a lot more.
That's what she said.
You brought this on yourself.
got him. He'll say, yes, I more than once, when we were having the goblins raid down the hill, thought it would be rather useful to have you breaking into the lines, but we've seemed to have been able to hold. As he smirks a little bit, hopefully this is not some pride shining through, but I think all of us working together, I think we could start getting the dwarves to help the plains people out, really start this continent on the better path. And together they'll be able to wield it, burn through this cult, and those fuckers blocking the gate and the bridge. As you can see at that mention, you can see it does very much crack his cool face as the fact someone's doing this to the bridge very much bothers Uther.
It is good to see that your heart has remained in the right place, despite the recent diversions you have found for it.
Smiles at Naira as he says, strangely enough, it seems to have made me sure of my decisions, my faith in it.
Well then, my lady, I must thank you on behalf of not only myself, but all of the court. Uther here has ever been one of our most, shall we say, effective operatives, and his only weakness has been a penchant for, well, life in the service of death.
He grumbles out, "Yes, I had a thing for ladies."
Midnight just goes, oh, what?
Nara smiles and she goes, "Well, you still do, sweetie."
Yes, it's just more focused.
He goes,
Just-
now then, would you be, so,
But Magnus, you've been so forward with Uther's backstory, but we don't know much about you. Is there anybody special you hold on to?
oh,
Uther
well, anybody
chuckles a
that
little
falls
bit.
into my paws, I hold on to very tightly indeed, but, sadly, when you have a strength such as my own, and a, well, intensity that can rarely be matched, such attachments do not usually last.
What can we say? Magnus the Magnificent burns too bright for anyone to hold down for too long.
Such is my burden.
Just grins a little bit, shakes his head, and mutters "Heartbreaker" in Dwarvish.
The eyebrow on the image form of Midnight just like pops up a bit because he understands Dwarvish. Oh, you said that on purpose, you motherfucker! I forgot because Magnus does not. Okay, keep going. I'm fine.
And I mean, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Oh, goodness. That is a mighty personal question. Now let me see. Now let me see. In truth, I cannot say I'm entirely certain. When you are in service to a power where age and death mean less and less, keeping track of them tends to fall by the wayside. Several hundred years at least, I would imagine, but, well, given how far and wide my travels have brought me, not only upon this plane and the court, but beyond, in all honesty, I can say I have no idea.
Oh, I see that's common. I wonder when I'm going to forget how old I am. Oh, already happened.
The real question is, does Naira count from when she was born or from when she was reborn?
She
True,
counts
died.
from when she was born until when she died, and that's when she stopped aging.
Because I mean, technically, and technically, Wander's older than Naira. Technically.
Look, I don't care how old you get, I'm still your older brother.
Oh,
But
vampire.
eventually he kind of, as like you have been asking this question, he turns to you and says, if you do not mind, my lady, as I said, duty unfortunately compelled me away from the court when you joined our august brotherhood. Or, well, I suppose that is something of a misnomer. But, what precisely were the Reaper trials that you passed to earn your badge?
Reaper trials? And she looks at Uther.
tilts his head as he says, normally this requires quite a bit of training. We like to pick from the experts of everything. Then you can partner up, have them sent to do the required tasks. As he turns towards him as he goes, she died, had the meetup with the king on the bridge. It's how we got bound and why she's my partner.
I see, so the rumors are true. A special dispensation indeed.
Yes,
Okay. What are you insight checking?
I just wanted to get how
Ooh.
he felt about that. How Magnus felt about that.
Any hint of jealousy?
Yeah, it's not the normal way. I'm just curious.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
You guys are going to convince Wander to be the blunt side of Uther, to where when Uther's manipulation fails, he's just going to be like, "So are you jealous? Did we make you mad?"
Naira's gonna have questions about these trials because she's like, "That sounds like a lot of fun. Do you think I can still do that?"
Naira dies a second time.
Naira's like, more ways to raise my GPA.
Well, it sounds like it sounds like a kind of tournament test kind of thing, and I like both those things. I would do so well. Is there a grade?
No, it's pass or fail.
Midnight, I am DMing you.
Magnus is fuming right now.
Magnus has picked up on Naira and Uther's kink.
Yeah, it's dying.
I'm sure we could make arrangements.
Oh my
I think
God,
you've
no.
proven yourself more than capable to pass them, but it's not like we'll be getting back to the testing grounds anytime soon.
Oh, I would really like that. If it's something everybody else does, I would like to be able to prove my mettle that I can do this job more than just that you didn't want to let me go.
He lets out a laugh. Darling, you've more than proven yourself to me, but if you would like to be tested, it's rather understandable. Not that you're not already dealing with it.
Well, it just seems fair.
He nods. I wasn't going to bring up any book objections to the king when I was standing next to him. I thought he kind of had the authority to move it around, and I wasn't going to question him.
Of course.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
Magnus just kind of grins and lets out a chuckle and goes, "The privileges of royal rank, after all."
I'm sorry, what?
Well, the king himself is just about the only one that could have compelled such an action, such a, well, I would not call it a breach of protocol. He is the king. He is, after all, protocol.
If they're not.
You must be a most special case indeed, my lady. I look forward to seeing you in action.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's really
She's
us working
impressive.
together. Thank you.
Everyone finished with lunch?
Yeah, I've been finished.
Yeah, well, that's because you eat like you're still in the army. We have more than 5 minutes.
But then what do I do with all the rest of the time?
You know what? Now that you mention it, I'm not sure.
If you don't have pocket bacon, can you call yourself a soldier?
Pocket rations. Yeah.
Ye old MRE.
Ew. Well,
Um,
if we're lucky, you'll get to see everybody in action a little bit sooner than later.
Well, indeed, if we do find this Kardec gentleman, by all accounts, I certainly would not expect him to surrender meekly. Given that he has escaped and defied the best efforts of Gazbarak Thor and the Biar Bonda, formidable institutions that they are, it should be a most interesting endeavor to bring him to heel.
Yeah, we have our ways.
I imagine that most of yours involve the weaponry with which you bristle.
Yeah, the literal weaponry or these. He just holds up his gauntleted fist.
Goes, and he sort of lifts his own, and you see his claws extend. And as they do, all of you will actually notice there is an almost, for a moment, there is kind of a pearlescent sheen that shimmers across them, like a kind of flicker of energy across the claws. As it says, mitts can be a most versatile tool.
I'm sorry, Midnight was going to say something.
no, I'm good now. I don't remember what I was gonna say actually.
Got lost.
Yes, no, I was just going to say, on these boat rides, this wouldn't be a public affair, correct? Oh my God, no! This wouldn't be a public affair, correct?
He kind of looked down and he goes, "Why, whatever are you implying, my young friend?"
Oh, don't worry. I'm not like yourself and Uther. I'm very direct when I ask for what I want. But I'm just wondering if maybe when we get on the boat I can and he'll motion to his image, drop the facade.
And he would kind of shrug and look at Uther and Naira and say, "I do not know. I am not indeed fully privy to the arrangement that you made with the fine gentleman whose company we so recently left. Will this be a private voyage?"
The boat's ready for launch, and I think it's going to be manned by some of his men. You know what? Let's go check it out. And if you have to keep your thing on, you can keep it on. But honestly, down here at the bottom on that smuggling craft, I don't really care, and I don't think they will either.
If you do not mind, my young friend, so that I do not inadvertently cause you any kind of inconvenience, why do you find it necessary to disguise yourself in such a manner?
Well, like my sister, it seems we both have a penchant for people thinking that we're dead.
Indeed, and you have found it convenient to avoid dissuading persons of this misapprehension.
It's been helpful.
And who are these gentlemen that you so assiduously seek to avoid? If you do not mind my asking. As I said, I simply do not wish for an incautious word on my part to put you in difficulty. Uthi will be the first to tell you I can lack discretion. Though I can assure you I do not betray confidences.
I think Midnight's eyes go to Naira. Just,
Do I know of, out of curiosity, of Murdoch having any kind of dwarven, like business relationships or?
What's your passive history? Like, if you rolled a 10 on history, what would it be? Like a 19 or something ridiculous?
Yes, 19.
Okay. In that case, yeah, no roll necessary. Murdoch, though he would not be opposed to, like, he would go for anything that made him money. So he would certainly pursue dwarven contracts and stuff like that if they were available, but that availability hasn't really been something that was on the table for decades. And also, Murdoch was, I mean, pretty fucking racist, honestly. Yeah. Like non-humans, he was generally he kind of avoided doing business with them if he could. So by preference,
unless
so
you was training them to be child soldiers and stuff. Cool.
Yeah, like unless they were somebody that he could, unless it was a situation where he could gain power, ideally over them, he generally would avoid doing business with or within non-human communities. So you would find it extremely unlikely that he would have any direct contact, and certainly no like actual agents in Karak Agzor.
Naira will actually, her eyes were already looking at Midnight when he was having this conversation, so when he looks to her, she will sort of give a little nod and then say, forgive me, it's a person with quite a lot of influence above. What are your plans after you are done here?
Well, that depends entirely on what information the dwarves are willing to share with us after we return triumphant. And, well, if we do not, I assume we will be beyond such concerns. But once we do, the information that they provide us will hopefully give us a new destination. And, well, unfortunately, until that information is revealed to me and that destination suggested, my future plans are largely unknown.
Then she will look back to Midnight and give another little nod.
All right. Are there light sources on the street where we are?
Yes. Pretty much, like, though large portions of the Dwarven City are dark because dwarves have racial dark vision, any kind of public gathering space tends to be at least dimly lit by a kind of essentially look to be the kind of like lantern equivalents of ever-burning torches, either with kind of luminous stones or in some cases just lanterns that flicker as though they are filled with fire, but don't have any apparent fuel source or anything like that. So yes, there are certainly the place where you're sitting now is at least dimly lit.
Mm-hmm. And then there's like outside of the light, there's like pockets of darkness.
Yes, yeah, I'd say it's probably about 70-30 across the whole city between darkness and illumination. With, as I said, the public areas are generally at least dimly lit, and the like central public areas like the main plaza, Gazbarak Thor, the Parliament building, and places like that are generally all brightly lit.
Okay, I'm just gonna look around and see if I can't locate a little pocket of shadow darkness.
Oh yeah, like throw a stone, you'll hit one.
And then Midnight will just say, "Excuse me, I will be right back," and then he'll walk out towards the darkness, and once he steps into the shadows, if you use dark vision to see into the darkness, you lose sight of him. And he disappears from your vision.
And Magnus actually kind of...
And then
Well, now.
he'll step back into the light. Everybody but Magnus will recognize his normal form as he walks up. And actually, you know what? I am going to see if I can get it to where Magnus can't see me.
What do you mean?
I'm going to try to sneak up behind him.
Okay.
And my hood will be up. Well, fuck. Well, maybe.
Oh shit, no.
Then Midnight just walks up behind Magnus and just like in the direction of his ear will just say, "I prefer a subtler approach. Light touch until the moment of killing." And then step back around.
He moans slightly.
Well, well now, that is quite the trick. I did not think that the dark held any mysteries for me, but here you are, my handsome young fellow.
That's why they call me Midnight. Alright, are we ready to get on a boat?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Yes.
Another boat. Again. To kill some fuckers. Honestly, sounds fun.
Okay, so. One moment. Gotta look something up. Okay, so yeah, you head back to the Archer docks, the domain of the dwarf Tarkin, who greets you, and I mean, you know what? Well, we might as well load back in, and you guys can see the map. I worked so hard on.
That we didn't fucking kill everything in.
We choose to fight anyway.
Yeah, he loads us up and we're like, thanks for the boat, nerd. We beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, upon your arrival, one of the surly-looking kind of dock worker dwarves kind of nods in recognition of you, goes, holds up a hand and says, basically asks you to wait in Dwarven. And a few moments later, leaves, and a few moments later, Tarkin approaches and goes, "Ah, good, you have returned. Your launch awaits. Do you require a demonstration as to its use? I understand that the vessels we use here differ a great deal than those above ground."
I mean, yeah, that would be helpful.
Then follow me.
We're going on an adventure, lads.
Oh shit! Oh, it's a lot bigger.
And he leads you up the flight of stairs, up to a complex series of docks and quays that lead out into the watercourse that flows by this portion of the city. As you look out over the water, you can see that there are at least a dozen tunnels that lead out deeper into the mountain, from which the water flows out and into. Many of those entrances and exits, and many other markings in the waterway itself are lit with the same kind of ever-burning lights that you've seen elsewhere. Navigational markers, you would estimate, as dwarves, like most, though they can see in the dark, prefer to know of navigational hazards before they're within 60 feet.
That's fair.
And he leads you out through this to a vessel over here, where a vessel, a decent-sized one, about 40 feet or so, fairly narrow, but quite long, and with a decently deep draft, awaits you. You note, looking at this vessel, that it lacks any kind of sail. Which is very strange for those of you who are familiar with sailcraft, which I suppose all of you have at least a passing familiarity, given your ownership of the Depato. Let me grab the rest of you and bring you all up here. Instead, what you see is that on either side of the vessel, at the waterline, there are essentially what look to be like, basically looks like it's a kind of paddle wheel style boat, with another at the rear. And rather than a traditional ship's wheel, there are a series of 3 levers on the raised poop deck. And he spends a few moments essentially explaining that the 3 levers control the 3 propellers that steer and drive the craft. He spends a few minutes kind of explaining them to you guys, and explaining that the vessel itself is powered by a magical essentially a crystal of elemental fire. As is many of the kind of inventions and machinations of the dwarves of Gurdak. And that this particular one should be sufficient to propel the vessel for another week at least, but that the harder you drive the boat, the faster it will the faster it will deplete. And so he recommends that essentially, unless there is a pressing need, you keep to essentially a cruising speed.
Got it. We sail full throttle.
We are going to sink this boat.
You would estimate, given what he said about the destination of Gardhalek, you'd estimate that at cruising speed, it would take you a little under 24 hours from, destination to destination.
And
That's enough time to change spells for violence? Oh, you shouldn't have.
the waterways, are they all under the mountain / to the side of the mountain, or are we coming out?
This route will be entirely underground. There are multiple these like Naira would know from the map that she saw, that the locks that you have gone through when basically taking the kind of sub barges around the city, there are much larger versions of those throughout the Kingdom of Gurdak, some of which will raise you up to waterways that do go over the surface, but most of which just bring you bring you up and down between caverns underground, and that is also how he recommended essentially that you return when you were done, because the water course that will take you to Gardhalek is essentially an outbound, and you would essentially be having to fight the current in order to come back that way. So he recommended you go beyond that to a lock system, which would raise you up to a higher water course, which flows back down toward the city.
Gotcha. Lauren would just ask, are there any sort of nasty creatures that we should be aware of within the tunnel system or water?
He kind of shrugs and goes, Of course. Not on the main routes, certainly, but should you stray off them, yes, there are dangers aplenty, both within and without the waters.
Thanks for the warning.
All right.
So we just take it then.
It is yours. I wish you the best of fortune in your endeavor.
You heard him. He gave us his property. Let's go.
Look, I look forward to seeing your return and learning how events transpire.
He slowly starts getting quieter behind us.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have something to show for it.
Okay.
Everybody squeeze on to this half boat.
To the void.
To the void.
Get out of there,
Don't
you.
don't go into the void. The void's scary.
Oh, it is.
And so, with that, yes, the vessel is under your kind of, well, if not ownership, at least stewardship. And the way is apparently fairly direct. There are a number of turns that you will need to look out for, but they appear to be fairly major kind of intersections, the equivalent of like highways, essentially, as far as the Dwarven underways are concerned. So you don't estimate that navigation will be a significant challenge. But you are able to activate the engines, which come to life with a churning of water on either side and behind the boat as the propellers and paddles spring to life. The planks under your feet vibrating with a faint hum of power that rises as you press the levers forward. Who is taking responsibility, if you like, for controlling the boat? Or is that going to be a joint endeavor?
I mean, I assume Naira's gonna be doing the navigating. Lauren would take to any of the labor-intensive shit if the levers are particularly manhandling.
Naira doesn't actually have that ability anymore. The Whispers of the Grave that gave me the ability to do that was something I got as a rogue.
I say we call up Jaden and Paul.
Fuck you. Yeah, and I don't have any kind of water vehicle proficiency, so that would probably not be a great idea.
I mean, I have land vehicle proficiency, so.
Does Magnus know how to sail?
Oh shit, I left Magnus behind.
No, the Catboy has to be on the ship.
Don't worry, I wasn't gonna let you forget him.
Catboy, no!
You two were gonna be sharing the cabin.
This boat doesn't look like it has cabins.
I meant the deck.
The poop deck.
Well,
I like how when Andrew said it, he waited for a moment, pause for giggles.
Yeah, no, and no one said anything. We were all quiet.
No, actually, unfortunately, he does not. But again, this is not like a normal water vessel. So, in terms of controlling it, I would allow it to be a potentially like the most important thing is basically seeing how the boat moves in response to the levers and having an awareness of the surroundings. So I will allow it to be a perception check to kind of control and steer the boat effectively. And as I said, if multiple people wish to collaborate, it can be made with advantage.
Should I helmet then? Does Midnight
Sounds
want a
like
helmet?
a good idea.
I was gonna say I can definitely help someone with perception, or I can helmet, depending on
Wander, go ahead then. You and Midnight are kind of spending a few minutes sort of experimenting with the levers, feeling how the boat responds to them and seeing how quickly it moves about and the like.
We're co-pilots.
Go
Heck
ahead
yeah.
and roll me a perception with advantage.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, with a 29, yeah. Despite the unfamiliarity of the task, you are very quickly able to get a handle on it. The vessel is fairly basic, very clearly not intended for anything too kind of intense in terms of maneuvering, and certainly not intended for any kind of choppy water or rapid, traversing any kind of rapids or anything like that. It seems to be essentially a canal barge. And as such, controlling it is fairly simplistic. And with a 29, you are very quickly able to get the hang of understanding how it responds to the levers, and what kind of speeds it seems most comfortable at. And yes, very quickly, with a lantern at the stem and the stern, you move out over the dark waters that surround this underground bay, heading out toward one of the tunnels, above which there is a sigil giving the name of this underway. The underway that Naira's map indicates will take you toward Gard Halek.
Heck yeah.
As I said, navigation on this journey will be of little difficulty. The turns that you need to make, though as you pass, the underways are fascinating in many ways. Some areas of them are clearly carved from the raw stone of these mountains as artificial waterways, while that empty out into natural caverns that are vary in size, from great cathedrals that another city could easily inhabit, to these small winding paths that shift out into darkness on either side. But though you pass other watercraft, and drift by a few other settlements of varying sizes, some of them evidently fishing in the larger natural lakes that this canal joins and leaves, others mining establishments, and still others seeming to be farming communities of various kinds. You journey on, knowing that you have about a day of travel ahead of you. Is there anything that anybody wishes to accomplish in that time?
I do.
I was about to say I
yeah.
probably want to talk to Midnight.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's busy with Magnus.
No.
Do I find
with
a
regards
sock
to
on the
the-
doorknob?
Well, with regards to the vessel itself, it is not built for privacy. There are no actual cabins available. There is an area below deck that is evidently intended for a crew, where you can quite easily sling hammocks and the like, and there are such things available on the boat itself. It, for the most part, seems to be intended to carry cargo. The hold is pretty large, quite empty at this point, and I mean,
Out
with
of
the number of
curiosity.
perception. Oh, sorry, go on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, with the number of kind of perception monsters that we have in this party, I'll say that you as a group have no problem in noticing that the rear of the vessel seems intended to have other things attached to it. So you imagine that when fully loaded, this would have a string of other barges that it was towing.
Oh, you mean he didn't give us a fully loaded rear?
Out of curiosity, is there any room for Uther to cast Tiny Hut?
Oh no.
Mmm.
Well, it can be up to a size, right? So
Just saying.
Let me just make sure that there's no.
Are
I
you
was
about
gonna
to take turns in the private hut? Like, come on.
Well, no, because Uther
No,
has to
'cause Uther
stay
can't
in the
leave.
private hut.
It's so much better.
Uther is
It's just like, oh hey Magnus, oh hey Midnight, whoa whoa whoa.
Uther's just there's just a writhing pile of fur. All the felines are in the hut.
He's pulling his cock out.
I mean, technically it says that it remains stationary for the duration, but for the purposes of this, I would say, yeah, sure. You know what? Yeah, you would be able to cast Tiny Hut below decks if you wished.
There's also like, if
Yay!
it remains stationary, then does it just fly off the planet? You know, so
Exactly,
like,
yeah, like relativity starts becoming weird at that point.
yeah. Can you insta kill a god by putting it in a tiny hut? Like,
Yes.
Well, we didn't kill you yet, so. So now that all those fun sex fantasies are out of the way,
only a fantasy if he doesn't act on it.
Live your dreams.
I am.
Scar Uther forever.
but yeah, Naira would eventually go hunt down Midnight, but it sounded like Midnight also had some stuff to do, and if anybody else wants to have any convos.
The only thing, well, I have something else, but that can happen afterwards. But I was just going to say, for the first like hour, when we first get on the boat, Midnight stays like really close to Wander, and it's like as the hour kind of like passes, it's like his radius from Wander gets further and further and further until he seems fully comfortable on the ship in this dark tunnel circumstance.
Wander absolutely takes note.
He's standing between Wander and Lorium, just like in the perfect epicenter.
But at some point, he would probably end up towards the front of the boat, just kind of staring out at all the stuff if Naira was looking for him.
While you guys have this conversation, I'm going to go and refresh my drink. I will still be able to hear if there are any questions.
Okay.
Yay!
All right. Yeah. So Naira eventually wanders over and sort of smiles at you, but looks like she doesn't quite know what to say.
I think he just says, you know, I'm hoping this time on the boat for the two of us will go a little better. And he gives you like a weak little smile.
I've gotten oddly used to it. I think Uther quite likes boats.
Yeah, no, I've gathered that. I feel like we keep discovering lots of things that Uther lacks.
So, first out. This feels so awkward. I can't believe how much seems to have changed with you. It's been just a few months, and you seem so remarkably different.
You can do an insight check on that.
Naira completely ignoring the fact that she is now a wizard. 15. Not terrible.
There's a there's like a flash of something. Um, you you get the sense that you don't think Midnight quite grasps all the changes that have happened to him as well. But it's like there, and then, you know, it kind of melts back into that, like, I don't want to say facade, because it's not really fake, but he's back in that kind of brotherly mode. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie, it's these, months. It's been a lot. But it was so good to see that you were doing okay. And doing well, in fact.
And at that, she smiles at Uther. And she goes, yeah, no, it's been, we've had quite a little adventure so far. But, oh,
Oh, no, go ahead.
I just really wanted to say, I'm sorry.
He nods when you say that, and he looks back up at you and says, I'm sorry too, Dreamer. I wish things could have played out differently, you know?
Well, perhaps things are still playing out.
And he glances over your shoulder back where Uther is, and he says, no, you're right. It's something I learned from my time in the Fae is the changing of seasons is good. And just because things get bare and cold during the winter doesn't mean that the spring is not going to come again.
Right, metaphor, yes. Well, actually, there was something specific I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'm starting to work on something that I think I need your help on. And I don't think you're going to want to help me, but I'm really hoping you will. And she sort of makes a face at you that you probably remember from her just being your younger sister and wanting stuff she's not supposed to have.
When you first say favor, he's like, "Oh, okay," and then you say that I don't want me to have, and then you make that face. His eyes just narrow at you, like, "What? All right, I'm listening."
The table. Have I told Midnight yet that I'm back in touch with Murdoch?
You mentioned it right when he came back.
So I know I mentioned, well, he who should not be named earlier. I don't know if you know the extent, but I am attempting to build some bridges with him at the moment. I have, as I said, I convinced him that you are not with us anymore. And I've also convinced him that, or as far as I can tell, I've convinced him that he can trust me. That I don't believe he betrayed me, I believe Bartram did. I did this because I intend to get back in his good graces. I intend to see if he will allow me to join his spy network. And she is watching your reaction very shrewdly.
Oh, he went like tense, like rigid, and his tail has gone still, and where normally it's like a slim, smooth tail, like all the hairs are sticking out and bristling. But his tail stays like that, but the tension relieves a little bit, and he just says, "And you want my help in making that transition a little easier?"
Oh, no. I'm gonna need information. You see, I'm not trying to actually recover any kind of relationship with him. I am working on a plan to take him down.
Oh, no, I gathered as much. I meant you want information so it's believable that you're back and he kind of leaves that open for you to finish.
More, I'm looking for a specific name, and I don't know if you'd have it. I know that he has somebody he trusts to force people to tell the truth when he wants them to. I'm not sure who that is, but I assume at some point he's going to put me through that, and I would like to know in advance who it's going to be. You think you can
Midnight.
help me get that information?
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Can I have advantage since I'm going back through the PTSD?
No, but the PTSD is being factored into the difficulty class.
Okay. Oh, history? Okay, you guys.
Okay. You do recall during the depths of your training when you were first kind of graduating to what essentially would be called kind of an operative. There was testing, trials. They were unpleasant, and some of them were magical in nature. You do recall during what can only be described as interrogation that you were put through, where Bartrand and others worked you over, demanded answers from you of all manner of things. There were a number of magical rituals that were involved in this process. You do not recall precisely what they were. You lacked the arcane understanding at the time to fully kind of appreciate the nature of them, and so it's like trying to remember a script that's written in a foreign language. You can kind of remember the general shape of it, but any kind of detail is lost. You do recall a figure in robes, but they remained behind you. A voice whispering sibilant arcane words, while Bartrand barked questions at you. But that's all you can really recall of it.
Naira will see him think for a moment, and he'll kind of like get that far off look of someone going into a memory, and he'll just there's a figure. They were muttering arcane words. And then Bartrand was asking questions and loudly in my ear, and he like breaks out of it, and there are like tears that have started like coming down the corners, out of the corners of his eyes.
Oh my goodness. Midnight. I didn't realize.
No, I'm sorry. I don't think I know. I know who you're talking about, but I don't think that I ever knew who they were.
Like I said, I didn't think it was something that you would have had personal experience with. I figured that you would have, well, found people to use it on, not on you. I have learned a lesson. I won't ask again. I'll find this stuff on my own. I apologize.
Dreamer, I don't think I can walk that path with you.
I understand. Like I said, there's a lot of blind spots I'm not aware of, but I'll figure it out on my own. I always do.
I don't know where she is, but if you can find Hush, she might know.
She's hearing about this Hush. Uther didn't like her much. And then she will say, I will. I don't mean to upset you. I will talk to you later.
Yeah.
Let me know if there's anything I can do.
And he kind of nods and looks back out over the water.
And she will return to Uther.
Lorium, what are you doing with your time on the launch?
Honestly, probably not much. Probably just assisting Wander with any sort of turns. He would just, I assume, be like, left. And Lauren would just be like, oh, okay. And pull the levers for him.
Okay.
But other than that, just passing time idly. Probably with Valko.
Okay. Okay. And Wander, are you just kind of stoically watching everything happen?
It's a story of my life. Yeah.
Okay.
Being a good helmsman.
Fair enough. Well, in this way, with conversations shared among you, the day passes. Magnus, for his part, prowls around the vessel, pacing somewhat impatiently, evidently eager now that he is on the trail to continue the hunt, and urging more than once that you push the boat faster than Tarkin had recommended. Do you listen to these entreaties?
No.
Fair enough. He acquiesces with his usual urbane manner to your refusal. I do apologize. I am simply, well, I do not know if you have ever seen the lions that people associate my kind with, but They are, well, eager when on the trail of prey, and it is a characteristic that I share with them. There is, well, it has been too long since I have hunted a quarry such as this, and I am most eager for the hunt to conclude.
Me too.
Indeed. What prize do you hope to find? I cannot imagine that you are committed to the court, as Uther and I am.
The dwarves promised me answers if I help.
Indeed. And what pressing questions do you have?
He just leans slightly to Lorium and just goes, right. And he comes back to the conversation. He's like,
Oh yeah, got it.
he's like, I want to know what kind fell means.
Indeed, well. I wish you every fortune in your endeavor, my friend.
Me too. And
So,
kicks Magnus off the boat.
you may all take a long rest. Let me know if you need to be re-imported.
Fucking, I was thinking about it for the last half hour and I didn't change a
How
single
much
spell.
space is on the boat? How much space is on the boat?
Like 40 feet.
Yeah, the boat itself is probably about 40 feet long by a little over 20 feet wide. Like I said, it's formed kind of like a canal barge.
Okay. In that case, let's add another little minion. I said, as I cast Find Steed.
Okay.
Before
And
all that happens.
who are you calling to your side?
Oh, you know exactly.
Sunshine?
Who. Yeah.
Okie dokie.
One day you're going to summon Thunderstorm and it's going
By
to be
accident.
terrifying.
Well, okay. With the usual distant cries of battle and steaming fresh from the thunderous cavalry charge, Sunshine canters out of the mists of the spell, pulling up short and is once again at your side.
Welcome back, darling. We're on a boat again.
And then Uther still has the Find Steed in the ring, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other thing? Wait, yeah, Revivifies in the ring. Yeah.
Yep.
I know things.
Valko's Revivifies in the ring. If you use it on someone else, that's on you.
Well, we'll see.
Mhm.
And also at some point, just for fun, if fucking wow, I forgot
on.
his name.
Magnus, Midnight, Uther.
Maggie, yeah. If Maggie gets way too like puppy with too much energy, Lorium will just offer to arm wrestle for a while, or even grapple for a bit.
Oh?
Yeah, actually, no, he would be, he would more than happily accept your invitation. He's just like, why, my friend, you are speaking most assuredly my language. It is nice to know that Uther travels with companions that truly know how to have a good time. I would be honored and enthusiastic about accepting your invitation.
The second they start arm wrestling, Wander just calls out, left, left.
Reaches over the other arm. Herp! Looks over to Midnight over the shoulders, like, don't you fucking stare.
Oh, no, Midnight's still staring over the water.
Good. Good.
Does he notice how much closer Lorium got?
No. He's been focused out over the water.
So
Yeah.
yeah, if so, like, what kind of contest do you propose?
Absolutely athletics.
Athletics, okay.
Just as a thought experiment, if Naira cast Hold Person on Lorium, would he be able to lose?
I mean, definitely, yeah. Like, he would automatically lose any kind of opposed athletics roll.
If
with
it was
that.
literally frozen in place, Hold Person, if he was paralyzed and he couldn't move.
I feel like you could still be manipulated, unless you were... What's the other one? Not paralyzed.
Petrified.
Oh, petrified.
yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let's see if I can do that.
No, what?
I really want to polymorph you. Oh, I haven't chosen my spells. I should do that.
You should. Yeah, but go ahead. Go on and make a opposed athletics roll.
Aye, aye, Captain. 10,
Oof.
11, 13. No! We
Ooh,
both rolled
so
garbage.
it is a close run thing. And like over the course of several contests, it does become clear that you, Lorium, certainly have a great deal more raw strength. Magnus is able to get the better of some of the contests, but you do notice that actually appears to largely be because of speed and dexterity. He certainly is much faster and more agile than you. When it comes to any kind of like wrestling or contest of like the whole body, but when it comes to just like the raw physicality of like arm wrestles and stuff like that, you definitely do have the advantage there. But over the course of several of these kinds of interactions, as I said, because he is, you move from arm wrestling to to more traditional wrestling to other forms of kind of simulated combat and contests. He does show himself to be extremely capable. And most specifically at unarmed combat. But he is extremely complimentary of you throughout. Very openly admiring the kind of raw strength that you showcase during the interactions.
I don't need no pity.
Okay, if I hear them like talking about that, Midnight will turn around.
Goes, "Why, my friend, you mistake my sincerity."
Oh no, you didn't say that in character. That was me. That was cool. I assume at one point they get dangerously close to the edge of the... And then Midnight's just like, yes, take a bath.
But let me know when you guys then are ready to be re-imported, and as I said, you can all take your long rests if needed. But actually, well, since some of you need to deal with spells, should we take a quick 5 minutes here for you to sort that out, and then I can re-import you guys, and we'll move on?
I mean,
Sounds good.
sure. I won't need any imports. Don't worry about me.
But yeah, I know that like Wander and Naira, among others.
I can
may
just
need it.
prepare my... No, I can just prepare my...
Oh, directly in
spells.
Foundry.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It just lets me click on the gears.
Well, fair enough then.
Yeah, Wizard's fun like that.
Oh.
It like imports your spellbook, and then as long as it's in your spellbook, it's on your sheet, and you can like prepare and unprepare things.
Huh. That's cool, Foundry.
What about you,
It's-
Tyler?
Yeah,
Probably take a resurrection thing, huh? I should probably do that.
But no.
I mean, you don't have to.
Oh, I wasn't going to. I was just saying that I probably should.
Never change,
I
Tyler.
really need to have a duel.
With?
I don't know. I don't care. It'll either be Magnus or Lorium.
With Valkyrie.
Shoot
Neither
up
wants
the
to
neck
check his
now.
skill. I can't do it on a boat.
Why not?
Because I need space. That's the only thing that keeps me alive.
Yeah, it would be really.
Old person Nairo.
It'd be really sad if you flew over the water and then just got held personed. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
She decided this for herself.
Should have said spar.
But okay then. Well, in that case, we can just keep going.
Yay!
You make your way, as I said, along the great waterway network of Gurdak. It is, for those of you that are paying attention, a marvel of engineering. Natural waterways joined by what must be decades, if not centuries, of meticulous engineering work that has created this kingdom-spanning network of canals running throughout the Aglanon Peaks. As grand as what you pass through is, you are also keenly aware it is but a fraction of the full network that spans beyond even what you have seen mapped. But the sights, fascinating as they are, pass you by, and after spending a day below decks and moving through the network, you take the final turn, following one of the glowing inscribed runes that guides you down a side passage, the water flowing along and pulling you forward, until coming into view ahead of you, the lights of a small settlement. What you imagine to be Gardhalak, your destination.
Ooh.
You see a small community in a cavern that borders the main watercourse. A side channel, splitting off, where a waterfall thunders down out of a opening higher on the cavern wall. Within the cavern itself, a scatter of buildings surround a number of what look to be caves or mine shafts that go deeper into the rock. A few dwarves moving around on the docks and the buildings beyond. The sights and sounds of a dock piled high with goods ready for transport, greeting you as you pull in. You can see in the towers the familiar figures of armored guards watching as you approach. Though this does not appear to be too heavily fortified, certainly by dwarven standards. The docks themselves are open. No barricades or ballista or anything like that defending them. And though there are two towers watching over the watercourses, there's no curtain wall or anything of the sort. There's certainly, though it is obviously stout, it is not a militaristic settlement, it would seem. And so, as you approach, a number of dwarves that are moving about the dock kind of regard you somewhat curiously, but barely seem to pause in their work. Carrying barrows of what look to be ore and other goods back and forth around this small settlement. But for your part, you are able to guide the barge in to an open berth and bring it to rest and make it fast against the bollards that are set into the stone. Whilst the small settlement of Gardhalek goes about its business ahead of you. Magnus, kind of picking his teeth with one of his claws, just goes, "Well, now, this is quite a small establishment. If indeed he is here, I cannot imagine it will take us too long to find him.
Yeah, I'm just hoping no one's hiding them. What did you say, Tyler?
I said he jinxed it.
My bet is he's behind the waterfall.
But Naira and Uther, go ahead and give me perception checks.
Ooh. Do they hear a ring jing jingling?
It's Santa. He's
Ding,
here.
ding, 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 ding. Yes!
I
Damn!
was on her game.
Uther's not bad.
Uther's doing a good job.
Both of you have been used to peace the last day. Once you left the city, the background and emanations that always cause a level of disquiet in your coins as the ebb and flow of the vagaries of mortal wishes kind of infringe upon the business of the court. But for the last day, as you've traveled alone in your group through these lonely waterways, there has been not a twinge. But as you approach, you both feel your coins awakening slightly. But Naira, you, whether through some, deeper magical understanding or just a random happenstance that allows you a greater insight, the reaction that you have become used to, the call of the coins, the way that they focus, is active. They have been called and they are awakened, but it's unfocused, confused, like a guard dog that has awoken and knows it can sense a threat, it can smell an enemy on the wind, but cannot tell from which direction it blows.
And just for clarification, usually when my coins jingle, it's more about somebody here who needs justice. Is that
Typically,
the same
that has
sort of
been your
thing?
experience. Yes, and that does seem to be like, it is not the general call of the business of the court. With a 24, you specifically feel the call of your bounties.
Uther. I think things just got a bit complicated.
Bryce?
Mick?
Oh, Mick. He would turn towards you as he says, they usually do. Not as simple as we had hoped, then.
Well, it seems that I've got a job to do here, not just helping you and Magnus.
Magnus kind of has stepped up beside you and is kind of rolling his shoulders and flexing his hands, curling, his claws, unsheathing and resheathing as he flexes his fingers. He says, "You feel it too, my friends, do you not?"
Yes.
The court has business here.
Her savior coins are ringing, though.
Indeed. What, pray tell, are those? I've never heard of such a thing before.
My coins are a bit unique. I'm not here to pursue the vengeance of the court. I'm not here to eliminate enemies. I'm here to seek justice and peace.
A worthy pursuit, I'm sure. Well then,
Yes,
my
no,
friends. Oh, sorry, go on.
I said yes, and as I was just saying, I think that indicates at least that this may require a patient touch until we know exactly what's going on.
He kind of goes, ugh. Well, I cannot say that I'm not disappointed by this revelation, but I shall follow the lead of an older and wiser head, and certainly a far prettier one. As he says the first bit, he gestures to Uther, and the second, he gestures to you, Naira.
I thought he was gesturing towards Wander and Midnight.
Naira, meanwhile, didn't register that he was trying to flatter her, and she's just like, yes, he is very good looking.
And he kind of shrugs and says, I have told him such very often, but he has so far been impervious to my flattery.
I guess that answers that question.
You had to question it?
Well, we'll talk later, Tyler.
Valerian will just
Darling,
say... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, he was just gonna say, darling, let's go and start sorting this place out, man. Somebody will know something.
And to Magnus,
And she will hold out her hand.
Valerian's just like, don't worry, you get used to the waiting.
Midnight is gonna walk past Magnus and go to follow his family, but he's going to allow his tail to like drift across Magnus's chest and just say, "In my experience, patience is always rewarded."
He grabs your tail.
Actually, yes, he does. Yeah! Like, this great hand just closes over your tail and, like, tugs on it ever so slightly, and he goes, I am an impatient man when it comes to rewards. And he releases you.
I'll keep that in mind. And then he steps into darkness.
And vomits a little bit.
And to Uther, I will just say, I guess our attraction to Reapers just runs in the family.
Laughs a little bit. Well, it seems to.
If he
No
hurts my
complaint.
brother, I'll kill him.
You see as he raises an eyebrow and turns to him and goes, "No, he's going to hurt your brother. You need to understand that from the start."
Okay, then I'm going to kill him. You need to understand that from the start.
He's not going to marry Midnight. Well, I mean, maybe. I'm just going to be quiet now. Just
I'm just gonna sit in this hole I dug.
Mold Earth. Going down.
By the way,
I
can
feel
you
like
guys
I'm
see
in a
the whole
pit?
map? I just want to make sure I got the lighting settings correct. Like, can you see the
Yes.
rock formations down here and everything?
Yes.
But
Yeah.
there's a little bit of darkness anywhere that's not lit.
Yeah.
Dope.
Why? What's over there?
Nothing.
Uh huh.
Valerian points it out and says, we should go. No, I'm kidding.
Wander walks through the river
But
to get
still-
over there.
Your barge is moored to the docks on the little courtyard that adjoins them. Dwarves continue about their business. Many of them obviously dusty, covered in dirt from what seems to be a digging process, carrying mining tools and the like. A supposition borne out by the fact that much of what they seem to be transporting looks to be raw ore that is getting ready to be processed and potentially smelted and forged.
We should probably start with finding our barons. Get a place to set up camp. And also get some information, he says to Uther and Naira.
That sounds like a plan.
Yes, let's go start there.
Over the earrings, Midnight is just gonna say, I'm just gonna stick to the shadows and do a bit of skulking, if that's alright.
If you guys are potentially going to be splitting up, then
You do what you do best, Scout. And yeah, we all go to a different place.
Oh, Wander, where are
Why don't I exist?
There
I'm
you
scared.
are. Boop.
Mom, Dad.
Wander, no!
Are we taking Valco and Sunshine with us, or are they staying on the boat?
I would be taking Valco.
Valco, yeah, is definitely pottering along behind. I'm not going to put him on the map right now because just,
It's funny. But yeah, Sunshine would come off the boat, but if we go inside a building, she'll stay outside.
there literally wouldn't be room for her in most of the buildings.
Yeah.
Like, Lorium as it is, especially with his horns, has to duck down. Many of the buildings in Karak Agzor were large enough that you could kind of you just had to sort of stoop a little.
Yeah.
But these are very clearly intended only for dwarves. Like, most of the ceilings are only like 5.5, 6 feet.
And be a bit cramped for your girl. I mainly just wanted to have you back. But where does Midnight
We all
go?
wanted to have her back.
You're just saying that.
Yes.
No, unlike others, we love our party's pets.
Also,
So,
unlike
Midnight.
others, Sunshine comes back when she dies.
Midnight,
Ouch!
go ahead and go ahead
I
and
thought we were
roll
friends,
a
Tyler.
stealth check.
And my hood will be up.
So roll with advantage.
Missed an opportunity there, Tyler, to go like, why?
Nice.
That was an ominous line.
So,
That was an ominous line.
just checking a few measurements. That's all.
Fireball.
And I'll do my best to try to stick to the shadows if that's possible.
Oh yes, very. Like, lighting in this area is very sparing. There is there are a couple of lights burning outside this building. This appears to be a work area of some kind and is therefore relatively well lit, and there is a light burning at the top of each of these towers. But they more seem to be like navigational markers rather than intended for illumination of any kind. Same with the light along the quay here. So yes, the majority of this area is not only dimly lit, but not lit at all. So it is you would have to work to not stick to the shadows.
Okay. Well, then, just a reminder, in the darkness, they cannot see me.
Understood.
And I'm specifically, I'm going around and watching people as they take note of our group, and I want to watch out for anybody who tries to, like, slip out and head somewhere to give a warning to anyone.
Okay, let me just check something here.
Oh.
How many hit points does the party have total?
Okay.
Pretty good amount, actually.
Perfect.
So yeah, show me kind of where you go, because that will affect what you see. Are you sticking close to the party?
I kind of want to head towards whatever this, like, market-looking thing is.
It does indeed appear to be a market, or well, more sort of a
Bizarre.
not precisely. It doesn't look like it's actually intended for commerce. It looks more like it's a kind of like a kind of working market where goods are being brought in, processed, and divvied up into shipments and things like that. So intended for preparing goods for market rather than being a market in itself. As you look around, there's probably no more than. In fact, go ahead and give me a perception check. And anybody who wants to can go ahead and make this actually. As you sort of get your first good look at the
Don't
place
worry,
as a whole.
Your perception will still be better than
Roll
mine.
a 4 and get a 17.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wow.
I'm sorry I
Holy
distracted everyone with my sexual advances.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Well, we still have Uther to fall back on.
crap.
And
I got
Gaggy.
it.
Hero
Maggie.
himbo.
Yeah!
There we go. That's why he's
Go on.
here. And then I felt like that was mean.
That's why he's here.
So, Uther, you certainly noticed this, and Wander, it does strike you as, you do kind of get the impression as well. This is, like, the first appearances are borne out. This is a very small, I mean, it's not even really kind of a settlement. It seems to be more kind of a, almost, like, permanent work camp setup. In this immediate area, there's no more than maybe a dozen dwarves, and like in the looking over toward here, you see probably no more than maybe another dozen or so moving around. There could well be more of them down in the mines or elsewhere, but I mean, certainly looking at the buildings and the like, it's entirely possible that no more than maybe 30 dwarves or so live and work in this entire settlement. As for anybody who is particularly kind of paying attention to you or watching you, no. People just most of the dwarves seem to just be kind of going about their business. You have kind of received a few sort of glances, but they all seem to just be busy about their work.
Yeah, Midnight will just keep moving through that area and just keep an eye out for anything odd, and if anybody's coming up behind the group.
Okay.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I didn't get a very good perception check, so probably do. I assume I noticed that there are dwarves around.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
And you said that they sort of are giving us sort of cursory glances, but not really paying us much mind.
Yeah, I mean, essentially. I mean, none of them are kind of stopping and staring, if that's what you're asking.
Well, yeah, that's what's sort of striking me as odd. Is that most of the
Give me an
dwarves
insight
who
check.
weren't. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Ooh, 22.
So close to a 2.
22s from the couple.
It does strike you as odd, actually. You are used to being a subject of curiosity. Certain, like, not only you as a tabaxi, but you as a group are used to being a subject of curiosity, pretty much wherever you go. And these they kind of look at you in order to say there are people there, and then go back to their work. They don't actually seem to be looking at you with any kind of with the curiosity that you are used to.
And do I have any reason to think that they would be, like, used to seeing surface people? Like, this place seems like it's really...
No. Yeah, especially with a 22, like, you could well be the first non-dwarves that have ever actually been here. I mean, you may not be the first. Like, it's unlikely that anybody who is here was born here and has lived here their entire lives. Dwarves having the span that they do. So you're probably not the first surface people that they've ever seen, but you may well be the first surface people that have ever actually set foot here. Certainly.
Yeah, Naira's gonna point that out. Guys, there's something strange here. All the other dwarves that have seen us have looked at us, unless they've had exposure to surface folk. They've been openly gawking at us, but these guys don't even seem surprised.
Maybe they got
That's
tipped off.
odd, right?
Might be a black market town. Or
Lorian, go ahead and give me either an insight or perception.
They're both the same.
They're all gods in disguise.
Ah!
Ooh!
17. You get a similar sense to the call Naira felt from her coins. Except in this case, it is your sense. Like, you feel that same sensation, like a dog that senses a danger on the wind, that sense a bear somewhere, or in your case, undead. You scent the presence of something unnatural in the air, but you cannot place it. It's an extremely unusual, unsettling feeling, actually.
As probably Naira and Wander would see his eye flash blue for a moment. Yeah. I'm picking up mixed signals here.
Uther, every time my coins have been involved, my job, I think, has been to free somebody, right?
ponders. Now that you mention it, yeah, I think so.
Larm will tap into the earpiece and just say, well, I did say the fucker was stealing and capturing souls. Maybe some of them were affected by it. It's probably the odd sensation. Should try talking to people first.
What if he's feeding off of them?
Just shrug.
Well,
Maybe let Valko feed off of him.
Uther, why don't you do what you do best and help us go make friends?
He'll take a moment and seem to straighten up as he'll... Yeah. What do you think? Head over to the inn? Or...
You wouldn't expect there to be an inn in a place this small, and looking around, you don't actually see anything that looks at, like, you don't see anything that has a sign that would mark it as a public house or anything like that.
What does this biggest building look like? An official setting?
That one actually has a rune above the door lintel of the Gurdak Mining Guild.
Ah. And looking up at the watchtowers, does it seem like any dwarves in the windows or on the rooftops are paying close mind to us?
You rolled a 17. They are kind of, they are noting your presence, but they're not like staring at you by any stretch. There are kind of dwarves that are kind of doing a patrol circuit, but they seem to like literally just be actually just doing that circuit. And whenever that circuit brings you through their field of vision, they obviously do kind of look down and sort of just note you before continuing on their way.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like anybody's seeing us and then running off.
No,
somewhere.
yeah,
Okay.
nobody seems to be reacting to you in any significant way.
Roger. Well, that looks like the most imposing building here. Maybe we should talk to somebody inside. As he points to
Yeah.
the mining guild.
See as he nods. Yeah, the only other thought is going around and trying to see if you can recognize his face. Might be working as a miner. Might have used this to jump off to somewhere else deeper in the mountain.
Did we get a description of him?
Doesn't
I
Magnus
don't
have
believe
one?
you did.
I'm sure on the boat ride, Magnus would have been like, "Oh, by the way, this is."
Yeah, I mean, that would cause concern for question to Magnus, I would think.
Magnus actually just kind of shrugs, takes out a coin and flips it, and says, "I usually have little need of a physical description of my bounties. A name and, a name is usually enough to get me into close enough proximity that these little darlings get me the rest of the way. And as for here, it does not appear to be calling to me in any particular direction, for now at least, but there is certainly an ill scent upon the wind."
Could we see the... I'm guessing that's a mine shaft and the tunnel while walking past?
Yeah, I mean, they are, it's like, they're like a couple hundred feet, like 150 feet away, so yes, you absolutely can. There's, as I said, maybe a dozen dwarves moving to and fro. They look to be processing ore and earth in these pits. And then like sorting it and stuffing it into sacks and carrying it over to the docks. That seems to be the business that most of them are engaged in. And but yes, you can see that there is a working area and a mine shaft.
And everyone's actually like doing the labor. No one's just like going through the motions.
Yeah, they do actually all seem to genuinely be working.
Just over the earrings.
Although,
Ooh.
what did... Actually, Uther, with your 22, you did notice something else. On these docks, the ore is being brought in and stacked up. And that area does seem to actually be quite busy. There are several other stacks of goods and things like that are here on the docks, apparently awaiting shipment. At least half of it shows no signs of activity for quite some time. With a 22, it has, like, there is a layer of dust over some of the piles of stacked goods that indicates they've been here for quite a while with no activity or attention paid to them.
Anything unique about the things they are moving?
It mostly seems to be the ore itself.
Just the ore?
Yeah. That seems to be what they're all engaged in and focused on.
Arlen, does that ore seem at all different to you? I know you're not really good about ores, but I know you're really good about magics.
Nairo, go ahead and roll me a. I mean, you can roll Arcana or Nature.
I mean,
I think we all know what it's gonna be.
You kind of move over to one of the sacks that's been left out and sort of pick up some of the ore rocks and examine them. And I mean, from what you can tell, they are purely mundane. They doesn't appear to have any kind of particular. They don't appear to be any kind of magical ore that you're aware of, or have any particular like. And when you focus with your at will detect magic. You don't sense any magical energies from them either.
well, good news.
Good news.
Question: the mind control ore that we've come across in the past, that had a magical aura, right?
It did.
I don't think that this rock can control people's minds. Good news.
Magnus just goes, "Is that a concern of yours?"
Yes.
It has been.
Well, that is a fascinating story that I'm sure I will love to inquire about at a later date.
Oh, here. Let's go find somebody to chat with, and maybe we can ask them why some shit's sitting out for a little bit longer than others.
Yeah.
I
also-
also midnight.
I just want to like look into these barrels and make like, I don't know, make sure they're not like barrels full of like explosives.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have found Kunari black powder.
I cast Fireball
Yeah.
on all of them.
Investigation.
I mean, if you're just kind of going over and going, then no, like you don't really need to roll an investigation check. Like the first one that you look into, it seems to be just a water butt.
And I'll just look into like 2 or 3 more to see if they're all the same.
Yeah, they appear to be. They seem to just be barrels of clean water. As you watch, you've been here for a little while. You do actually see that a dwarf moves over and does kind of take one of the sealed barrels and begin to roll it over toward the work area. And you can see that in some of the pits, they look as though they're using water to wash like the ore and stuff, and separate the ore rocks from the general dirt and things like that.
And these were the dusty barrels?
No, these barrels look to be part of the actual process that's being used.
Yeah, then I will hang back a little and just keep an eye out while they head towards the building. And if it looks like they're about to go inside, I will join them.
Okie dokie. What are the rest of you doing?
After you, Devil.
Waiting for Uther to get one of these people to convince or to spill all of their secrets.
It's always a good time.
See, there's a few ways I think I could go about this. I think the cheapest way is to say I have a courier message for the figure with his new name and the like. That might cause someone to start speaking. The others, I wonder how much this town is off. Could show up near the yard and place something out. Make note of him. We could have everyone, including and especially Wander, watching to see how everyone seems to take it across the crowd. We might be able to pinpoint him out. Or we could make our way and talk to whoever the guild master is here. we might be able to get some explanation of what's happening and the going on.
I mean, yeah, we are essentially here to just find one person to find another, so. Go on then. Work your funny magics.
Turns to Nyria. Any preference on the plans?
You know better than me how to deal with people. I think
Uh,
I'm
have
going
been
to trust
here-
your judgment.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
It's all right.
Start my way from the top and work my way down. Then, I would guess.
At this point, you have been here for long enough that you see emerging from one of the from the cave a construct at least 12 feet tall, kind of emerging out from the darkness. Its arms filled, carrying a great, what looks to be like a huge kind of metal trolley that seems to be mounded over with ore. Empties it into the pit. Turns. Moves back under the ground.
Did it look like one of the other ones that we've seen? Where it
Similar.
had, like a person inside?
Hard to say whether or not it had a person inside. It did look similar in construction, but also, whilst those had like their limbs were clearly intended for manipulation and carrying, you actually noted that this one, though it had sort of hand-like manipulators on its limbs, it actually also had these great, what looked to be sort of like pickaxe heads attached to its wrists.
Huh. Interesting. One of you wouldn't be able to try reading the minds of that thing, would you?
I don't know how much of a mind it has to be read. Maybe there's someone in it controlling it.
I was just wondering if it did have somebody in it controlling it, or if it was one of the constructs we heard about.
You want to go ask it?
Ask it? Maybe. Ask an actual reasonable person first? I would hope so.
He nods as he turns. All right, let's head our way up to the guild.
Okay. Oh, wait, shit, I forgot to actually put your tokens on this map. One moment.
No!
Oh,
We have been abandoned.
Boop. And boop.
Gonna fuck it up by moving.
Midnight.
Haha.
And Wander. And Velko. Oh, and of course, our boy Maggie.
Our boy. That's Midnight's boy.
Midnight's
I
man.
get jealous.
So, yeah, you head over to this large building that seems to be set up that, as I said, bears the sigil of the Gurdak Mining Guild above the door. The main door itself is, as with most dwarven structures, an incredibly solid affair. On any human construction, this would be a siege bulwark. Here, however, it is simply the front door of a public building that is closed, but does open when you push against it, and lets you into a fairly Spartan, but functional, what seems to be essentially like a professional building. In the main area that you move into, there are two desks with dwarves sitting behind them that appear to be engaged in some form of paperwork. From behind this door, you hear the sounds of tools being used. And yeah, as you enter, again, both of the dwarves behind the desk kind of look up and note your arrival, and then bend back down to their work.
This place is creepy.
Yeah, just a bit.
Uther just smiles, looking around, and goes, "What do you mean creepy? This is excellent stonework. Look at this. It's rather just how it interlocks and everything." As he
No, it's brilliant.
as he turns, making his way over to the two dwarves, as he goes into Dwarvish, but will use his earpiece to translate for the group. As he just goes, "Greetings there."
Just so trying to do that will put you at disadvantage for any kind of social role, because you're basically trying to have like two conversations at once.
I can translate through
yeah.
the earpieces.
Okay. That makes it easier.
Okay. Greetings, friends.
And just... I'm looking to speak with your guild master, if that would perhaps be amenable. Have some business. We're doing some work for Karak Agzor.
The guildmaster is in the guild hall within Karak Agzor. All business decisions affecting the guild must be made there. And he bends his head back down to work.
I know that they're, very short and all that in their speech, but does this guy feel even more than normal? Like that would be...
I was
With
going to ask the
15?
same thing.
Go ahead and roll your insight as well.
Okay,
These guys seem devoid of the life part of life.
Devoid.
I mean, any of you're all listening to this, so although anybody who doesn't actually speak Dwarven will be rolling at disadvantage, I think.
I just want to see this insight with disadvantage for Lorium. Oh wow, not terrible. I was expecting
not
that
bad.
once.
Okay. So Naira and Midnight, I'll tell you what you guys get in a bit. Uther, yeah, he does seem like dwarves are stoic at the best of times, but there is stoic and then there is devoid. And this guy definitely seems on that end of the spectrum. Like when he looks up at you, his eyes seem to kind of register you as a presence, but not a person, if you get what I mean. Midnight and Naira, you guys looking at this, there seems to be something very artificial about the presentation. It's very, like, you would think that you were watching an extremely bad actor trying to, like, perform on a stage almost. Watching this person talk. They seem to be very kind of
Very
dum,
aware
dum,
I'm
dum,
watching a
dum,
play right now.
yeah, essentially. Like, it just comes off as extremely artificial.
Midnight like will give a glance to his sister. And then through the earring will just say, it would it be better to have this conversation with him in his head?
While that question is being pondered, Naira's going to get out one of her coins. And just have a look through it at the person that Uther is talking to.
Give me another insight check, this time with advantage, because of your 23. $17. There is a definite resonance. Not to the point where it kind of says
Hold on.
this. Oh,
I can add a d6 to this, and I'm gonna.
okay.
23.
Ooh, 23. Okay. That does get you a little bit more. Looking through your coin, there is the same resonance that you felt outside as you arrived in Gardhalek. That same calling as you have a duty here. And as you focus through your coin on this figure, you realize with a 23 a couple of things. The coin does not recognize them as a target of your duty. But more than that, the coin does not recognize them as a person.
Do I have any reasonable way to understand why that would happen?
Give me an Arcana check. And are you proficient with religion as well?
Yes.
Okay, so then that does affect the DC.
30.
With a 30? Your coins are related to the status and flow of souls and the connection that mortal life has to the eventual destination that awaits the souls that animate it on this plane. The only explanation that you can think of for your coins to react this way to somebody is if that connection, that divine connection, the soul that your coin would normally assess and look for, was absent.
Okay. So Midnight has just asked a question. Is anybody going to respond to that? Because Naira is going to pipe in as soon as that conversation is over.
What was the question? I already forgot.
I asked if we should move the conversation to the dwarf's head.
Ah!
And I don't have any ability to do that.
There's just something off about them, almost like
Yeah.
they're putting on a performance or not acting normal.
No, you're right about that. Midnight. I think that this guy doesn't have a soul. I think he might be a victim. I think he's in real trouble.
That's why people didn't react when we came in. Normally, we would have attracted all sorts of attention.
Do they react to me at all? Or I'm just gonna start walking around.
Actually, this one does stand and turn and say, members of the public are not allowed to wander in the guild hall.
Oh, it's fine. We have permission.
I'm sorry, I was just...
You are not members of the guild.
I'm just curious as to what's over here.
Inquiries may be submitted to the guild hall in Karak Agzor.
Midnight's gonna start moving over to where Magnus is.
Hold me. I'm scared.
No. And just kind of gonna give him a, like, ready yourself look, but don't do anything yet.
Really kind of.
And Uther's just gonna say through the headset, I'm gonna give something else a little bit of a try. And then he just turns to Dwarf and goes,
1 second, guys. Sorry, I've just got to plug my headset in. I think it's running low on battery.
No.
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to grab mine?
No, I should be fine like this.
Okay.
I appreciate it, though.
and he'll just turn to the dwarf and go, we have the proper rights and permissions. We have the paperwork from the Guild of Karak Agzor. Though we'd prepare to just like to move on.
If you wish to leave Gard Halek, you certainly may. The watercourse is beyond the docks.
I think you misunderstand. We have permissions to go in from Karak Agzor.
What permission do you have?
He would turn around and he would do his best to keep it low, even though with the gestures and stuff, and cantrip up a minor illusion in front of him, behind him, and then turn around and be like, here it is, and just hold it out in front of him. And if he goes to grab it, I'll just pull it back. And it'll be from their guild as well as different signatures of like some of the famous people, the Arcanist and X, Y, and Z, as well as...
Go ahead and give me a stealth check. Make it at disadvantage because like casting a spell is a fairly like...
Come on, double nat 20? Oh, no!
So there's two of them there, so I'm just going to roll with advantage.
Yes!
So yeah, you turn around. You turn around with your with this like illusory paperwork, and hold it out to him. And he just kind of leans forward. Entrance is permitted for guild members only.
through the headset. Well, a couple of us definitely can have a look around without them noticing.
If you
Goes
want.
back to writing. Okay.
Anyone want to give us a distraction?
Yeah, sure. As Lorem just starts walking over this way.
Entrance is permitted for guild members only.
And then he'll walk up here to the corner table. And he'll look over at this guy. And be like, were they speaking in common?
No, they have been speaking in Dwarven this whole time.
Do you speak common folk?
You speak normal.
And he replies back, Gerdakdun Gardakshtishdar, which Uther and Midnight understand as entrance is permitted for guild members only.
Hey, what's the color of your underwear?
And he replies in Dwarven, I do not understand your speech.
I do not wear underwear.
And then what color is your sky if it's underwater?
I do not understand your speech.
And he will just continue prattling these two.
Okay.
What do I see?
You see what you see, a hallway with a series of doors along it. The doors themselves are made of bars. They don't appear to be like they could be described as cells, but they do appear to be like just essentially small kind of rooms. And looking at them, like the locks on the doors don't appear to be particularly ornate or anything of that sort. But yeah, you see a series of essentially small cells, very sparsely furnished, showing signs of use.
Do I do I see what I see in that?
Yes, there is a grate in the floor of that one, but it looks just kind of like it looks like a drain, essentially.
But it looks like it's got a hole in it.
It does look. It looks like. Well, actually, give me a survival or perception check. 24. Okay. Looking at it, you do get a clear view of it because the doors are barred, as I said, and it looks as though essentially it has rusted away over quite some time potentially. And has at some point in the past just sort of collapsed in on itself. With a 24, you'd know that like for something like this, to have that happen would take several years of neglect, at least.
Through the earpiece, Midnight will just say, "Well, North was a bit of a bust. It looks like we got a bunch of cells, but." How long did Magnus say that this guy has been on the run? 'Cause this place looks like it's been kind of left. No one's been paying much attention to it. No one's been taking care of it. This has been going on for a while.
And above the table, a little over a decade is how long Kardec has been on the run.
Okay.
Oh, and Naira, I did see your DM about comprehend languages.
Yep.
Once I see Midnight come back, I'll shuffle around. Unless he wants to go
You
through a
probably don't.
door. Yeah, you're right.
I have an interesting idea, I say, through the
And by the way, both of these dwarves are just going back to writing out on their paperwork.
Lorian,
Hmm?
can you still do that trick where you make it really dark?
I mean, yeah.
They don't seem particularly bothered. I'm wondering if they would actually even notice if it went that dark. And if they don't, then we could all just walk by. Maybe.
Are these
Maybe.
lanterns or are they flame?
They are not lanterns, but they're essentially just like sort of the same kind of ever burning lights that you've seen throughout Karak Asgore. These are a more kind of primitive form, but no, they're not just open flames.
I will start. It won't be darkness. I'll start casting thaumaturgy right in front of them.
They both do look up and are watching you, but fairly impassively.
And then I just make a, like, scraping noise on this crate right here. Did he say anything?
No?
Do you want me to just put it on top of him?
Everybody ready to go?
I mean, we could just also try saying the name of the person we're looking for to find the person we're looking for.
If you have no business, we would ask you leave the guild office.
We were so
There
close
is
to trying.
work to be accomplished.
The
We're
sky
looking
ran
for
fucking
Sheridan.
okay at the moment.
Do you say that out loud?
Yep.
There is no one here by that name.
Are you sure?
I maintain the guild records. There is no one here by that name.
Hey, Uther. You still got the hat, right?
Yeah.
I think
Well,
Oh,
I
you mean
think
the hat of
Midnight
disguise?
has them.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
Midnight has it.
Yeah.
Why don't you just... Why don't you just make yourself look like either one of these guys or one of the guys walking around outside? And then we walk back in. And then you escort us.
sounds like a good idea.
Mm-hmm. That could work.
It works particularly well because you speak Dwarvish.
It takes an hour to attune, I think.
It does, but he's already attuned, so.
Up until the boat ride, I've been using it to disguise myself.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, I'm not going to make you guys all walk back out and then troop back in, but we can just call that a thing that you do. And yes, you re-enter Midnight. You have go ahead and roll me a deception check with advantage.
And I'll also, I'm also gonna duck walk, so my voice will come from the right space.
Okay.
Would that have been Guidoable when we went outside?
Yes, it would.
Guido.
Guido.
You said deception with advantage?
Deception with advantage, just to see how well you specifically emulate, or you emulate this specific person. I think that's how the Hat of Disguise works.
Oh boy.
28. Okay. Yeah, you are able to pick out one of the dwarves that is sorting ore in the kind of market style, the kind of stall setup area, and create a incredibly accurate facsimile. and yeah, sort of duck walk back in at the head of the group.
That's just
They
mildly disconcerting.
they again do kind of look up as you enter, and sort of, you know, or register your presence, and then bow their heads again and return to writing.
And I will lead everyone around this corner.
As soon as
Well,
they
I'll say,
begin to
like,
move,
they're with me in Dwarvish, or the equivalent.
as soon as Lorium starts to move past this desk, he looks up and says, "Entrance is permitted for guild members only."
Over the earpiece. Well, I'll say again, he's with me.
Entrance is permitted for guild members only.
Alright, you just go do your thing.
What the no, y'all, he doesn't even turn the corner.
Huh.
This path is, through the earrings. This path has been caved in. What exactly are they protecting here?
What about the door? Over here. And then
He comes back in and he's like, "This isn't where I put my pickaxe."
it's clearly them just making it seem like shit's normal.
You open, and it looks like you open it into what looks to be a workshop. There is one of these large mining golems standing just standing stationary, and there are these two dwarves seem to be in the process of re-riveting a plate onto its thigh. You can kind of see their hammers are clunk, 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 clunk. And they don't pause or even look up as you enter.
Through the earpiece, Midnight's just gonna say, I mean, we established that they're not necessarily how they would normally be. Could it be that they have, like, Uther, how you can program illusions to do certain thing within the parameters of what you've told it to do?
Uther nods.
I don't know, just thought I will keep looking.
Just gonna pop divine sense again.
There's again that same sensation of a pall of undeath hanging over everything, but not focused anywhere specific. You see again, Midnight, a wall of bars here.
Right. If I move towards that door in the room, do they react at all?
No. They are kind of aware of you, but they don't appear to actually be paying any attention to you. They're focused on the task at hand. Yes, you do see that.
Yeah. Fuck. I have to make a roll.
Oh no!
Because these are iron bars, right?
They are.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's like almost all locks anywhere.
I don't think Naira knows how to pick locks anymore. Unless I can have that as a... Oh, well, no, I think it's actually still part of my background.
Mm-hmm.
um, he'll just move back away from that door, and over the earpiece will just say, well, at least one of the cells held someone at some point. They are now just a big pile of bones. And the the door to go further is iron, metal.
You don't want to open that?
I mean, I could probably try again, right? Is this other door made of metal, the south one?
It is metal bound, but it is not pure metal. No.
Ooh, I'm gonna move towards that door first. Same thing. They don't react to me.
They do not react. It basically opens up to the outside. It looks as like essentially it's kind of like a loading dock to allow the golems in and out of this building.
Gotcha.
You can kind of tell by the size of it that it is like just kind of precisely sized that one of them would easily be able to walk through.
Right. I'm gonna try to get past this door. So give me a second. But so far everything looks kind of as you would expect it to be. But I think I remember in the entryway there was another door to the left. If one of y'all wanted to try to check that out.
Oh, there was.
Oh, thank God.
Yes, enough time has passed that you are able to kind of firm your resolve, and you may attempt the lock.
Uther's gonna jangle the handle to see if it's locked.
It opens up into what looks to be a reasonably comfortable little set of sleeping quarters. There is a dwarf that was sitting at a table, kind of quite sort of mechanically eating. And as you open the door, they sort of look up at you.
Got a bedroom here. We just say it out in common. And then just reach over and kind of like shut the door.
Hold on. I think that should have been
For
higher.
guild business.
For guild business only.
Yeah, that didn't take in your proficiency. That only took in your dex.
Yeah. Well, I have proficiency in it, and I also have expertise in it now. So that would be a plus
And?
8.
It only shows as proficiency on your character sheet.
Oh, what happened?
Oh,
Reloading Foundry.
Oh, weird.
Hold on.
We
Let
crashed
me
it.
edit it. Because it's not showing... Yeah, in the item, it was not proficient. I'm just going to hit expertise. And I'm going to re-roll it if that's okay.
Yeah, but you don't have expertise in sleight of hand. You only have proficiency. So you are proficient with these tools, but I don't believe you have expertise in them. Since you
No,
don't have
but as
expertise
a
in sleight of hand.
rogue, you can
You can choose to have
to take
proficiency in-
expertise in thieves' tools.
in the-
Ah, okay, got it. Okay, then yes, by
Yeah,
all means.
It's really weird
Yeah.
because you can't put that anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like this was a pen and paper game before.
24.
Now times have
Okay.
changed.
That's weird.
It still didn't look like it added anything. I just rolled better. Whatever.
Either way, that is more than enough. And actually, I think with your expertise, because even just proficiency would have gotten you to 20, which would have been enough. So yeah, you open that. Both of the dwarves, as you open it, they both do kind of pause in their work and look up at you for a long moment, and and then they sort of are watching you, but then one of them turns back and begins and continues the work, while the other is watching you curiously.
Just boop, boop, boop. Well, I got in. Just so you know, they did take note when I opened this door, so. And I'm being watched. Oh, is that like fully open?
Yeah, it's just
Gotcha.
bars.
Okay. Yeah, he's just gonna walk up to the top. Shackles, shackles, shackles. Kind of what I expected. Close it back. Relock it. And
Have
just
you any guild business?
uh, when midnight enters, he will just come out and say, as he said, if you don't have guild business, please leave.
Go ahead and roll me a deception check. You may roll with advantage from the hat of disguise.
I thought you were going to say from the accent.
Okay.
I'm still trying to get back into the game. This is weird.
Ah,
And both of these dwarves are now just sitting at the desk watching you guys impassively, waiting for you to respond to any of them.
can I see what they were reading and/or writing?
Give me a perception check.
Well, I got 'em.
And although, do you speak Dwarven?
Nope.
They are writing in Dwarven.
But are they they are distinctly writing different characters?
Go ahead and roll.
Oh, I got 'em.
Also, I have a question on top of that. I know they reacted when I was a dwarf, but because he's a warforged, did they kind of treat him as one of us, or like one of the automatons around here?
They do appear to be treating him as a member of the group. Like they clearly recognize him as something not of this place.
I've earned people status.
And with a 22, so
I'm gonna have to
you
put you
can't
back
tell.
in place.
And
You
this is
cannot
why
tell
Falco stays
what
dead.
exactly they are writing. But with a 22, because it is Dwarven.
Right.
But what you do note is that there appears to be, like, obviously several stacks of paper on the desk. It appears to be the same thing on each stack. Like, the top page of each stack looks identical.
You're saying it's almost like some weird plant alien monster has given each of the townsfolk a job to do, and if they don't do it, physical pain will happen to them?
I mean, bit of a stretch, but potentially.
Christine gets me!
I did. Although I'm not getting Thorian vibes.
Well, I think that's all we're gonna find out here.
Indeed. Further inquiries may be made at the guild office.
I'm speaking common.
I am replying in Dwarven.
I am breaking the fourth wall.
No!
I have
Cannot
one
stop me.
job in this guild. It's a stupid job, but I just let me do it.
I feel that line so much.
I almost want to just like offer one of these dwarves a handshake and then break their hand and see if they react to it.
That's weird. You're weird.
Yeah.
Let's leave.
What if they just start going back to writing with a fucked up hand?
Dwarven scout.
Magnus,
Go ahead.
where is Magnus? Sorry.
Magnus has just been hanging out, kind of watching everything happen with a sort of bored look on their face.
Magnus, do you have any ideas?
He kind of... Well, now, in these circumstances, I generally tend to fall back on my baser instincts. They are not always the most delicate or wise course of action, but they invariably do make progress.
I'm just. If you are suggesting potentially violence, I would be worried about using that against people we don't know if they're going to be able to reach their final destination. I think that their souls have been stolen, so
Well, if
shouldn't
that
we
is the
be?
case, it should be little matter what happens to their bodies.
Well, wouldn't it be better to see if we can restore their souls to their bodies before dispatching with them, or do we not think that's a possibility?
He kind of goes, well, now there, little lady, you are straying a mighty far distance outside my area of expertise.
He said, well, that sure sounds like a lot of paperwork.
That's kind of the vibe that you're getting from him.
And Uther's probably picking up a sense of that familiar sort of bit of self-doubt of, I'm clearly overthinking this or doing something wrong.
Just frowns and shakes his head as he says, I don't know, maybe there's some way we could get a bit of them back, but this also feels like they're already dead, but just working their way forward. For what exact reason, I'm not sure, other than perhaps cover.
Hey, through the earpiece, Naira, in that room where I saw them working on the automaton, did you happen to look at it with your coin?
No, I did not.
Do you wanna?
Where was the automaton?
Over here. You can see it through the door.
And every time I've tried to walk nearby,
Oh no, the door's open.
so she's gonna go about there and she's gonna get it with her coin. In fact, she's gonna sit down over here. Out of curiosity, can any of the can any of these guys see me or are looking at me?
Not directly, no. They all seem to kind of just be getting on with their work.
So yeah, she's gonna get out her coin and focus it toward the automaton.
Give me a perception or insight. And you are proficient in religion, so go ahead and roll with advantage.
Okie dokie. You said perception or insight, they're the same.
Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, I think my mouse just died.
Everything's
Tech
dying.
issues. Well, the dwarves are already dead, so
Hang on. Let's see if my headset is charged enough to stay alive while I charge my mouse. I use the same cable.
wireless peasant.
Okay. Insight 22. You hold your coin up and focus through it onto the automaton. With 22, you feel your senses expand. And you looking at the automaton in this new light, you see an outline, like almost like a diagram of a nervous system within its form. Magical lines of energy that shift and move within it. And within them, as you look deeper and deeper through your coin, they form a figure. A figure that thrashes within a metal coffin. A mouth open in an eternal, tormented scream. And as you focus through your coin, you hear it suddenly. The tinkling of the coins that has called to you since you arrived here suddenly coming together, clarifying into this shriek, this keening wail that you hear with sudden clarity. There has been death involved in the creation of this being. Unjust death. You get the impression now that there has been a great deal of it in this place. And actually, the 22, I will give you a little something else as well. This sudden awareness of death in this place, there is a sense of unnaturalness to all of it, and you feel that same pall over many of the others, or over the other dwarves that you can see. And you would expect to feel it as well from the body that Midnight mentioned. But you do not. There is something different about that one.
Okay, well, that's a bit disconcerting. We've definitely got a receptacle of the souls, that automaton. I think it's being fueled by trapped souls, and they are being tortured. But there's something wrong, something missing from that dead body that Midnight mentioned. I'm gonna get back there and have a look at it. Lorium, if you wouldn't mind keeping them distracted, or anybody else want to do that for me? As she
Shut the door. Ding, 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 ding. Just gonna walk to my corner, lean up on the wall.
Access is permitted for guild members only.
I'm not entering it, but what's your favorite soup?
Such a Lorium question.
So just like tap on the floor until this guy looks over, getting his attention.
Okay. No, you have like a +8 to your stealth, so yeah, I will say that it wouldn't be a problem for you to cast that. And I mean, they do, like, even if they did kind of look over, they wouldn't sort of be able to catch you in the act. So, given the distraction that's being provided, so a 23. Okay. But yeah, the
Where was
dwarves
this
are
dead
simply.
body?
It's back through where you saw the automaton. It's where I met the door. Yeah. And once she goes invisible, Midnight is just gonna watch the two dwarves, and if either of them move towards where I know the body is, he's got his hands on his daggers.
No, they are both just kind of looking up at Lorium, and watching him fairly impassively. And yeah, Naira with a 23. Let me just roll a couple of things real quick.
What if we just straight up mention Kardak and tell him we've brought a natural born soul?
Go for it.
Stone soul.
Okay, yeah, no, neither of them seem to, neither of them look up from their work as you slip through that door.
And is it this one right here?
Mm-hmm. The door, however, is unfortunately locked.
Through the connection, she'll say, "Oh, I need those lockpicking tools again."
Midnight, still disguised as a dwarf, just like walks in, walks up to this corner, faces them, and holds out the lockpick behind him.
Okay, yeah, you're able to pass it over.
And so I'm going to add them to my thing. Hold on.
And yeah, you do have proficiency with the thieves' tools, so give me a sleight of hand +4.
And these are the +1 ones.
Oh, so +5.
Joke.
That'll definitely do it, yes. It is but the work of the moment. The lock is quite well made, but no match for you, and you feel it spring open. You
All right.
slip inside, and in the dim recesses of the cell, see this body that was clearly in life a dwarf. The bones are overlaid with faded, tattered leather and chainmail. The straggling strands of a mummified beard beneath a helm, where a great shackle was evidently around one wrist.
Well, first thing, huh?
Oh no, I was just asking, did Wander prepare Speak with Dead for any reason?
Nope.
Didn't think so.
First thing, I'm gonna get out one of my coins and see if I get more information from it now.
No, as you look through your coin at this one, the impression that you get is that this soul in particular, the body that was, or the soul that was associated with this body in particular, is not in the same form of distress as the others. The absence that you felt was an absence of a calling, as though this body died a a death that allowed its soul to pass on naturally.
Okay. I'd like to search the body, and I will say over the thing, hey, Midnight, do you think you can step in here and help me?
Of course.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check
Okie dokie.
to do so unnoticed.
Nice.
Okie dokie, yeah, no problem.
He's just there behind. Well, actually, he doesn't know where you are. He's just there. And
And you bump into her.
I was gonna say, I probably went right on top of her. I'm sure.
Yeah, she sidestepped. So I think your investigation. It's investigation, right? I've got a +9.
Oh, I've got a +8. I think yours is better.
So
But I will assist you. Yes.
28.
28. Okay, wow. And are either of you proficient in medicine?
No. Not me.
No,
No. Okay. 28. Okay.
that feels weird. I need to get a proficiency in medicine now.
Right?
Like, oh God.
Something I don't know.
Back to school.
So, looking around, you find several things. First of all, the beard rings that this dwarf wore in life. You're able to look through them, and using the understanding that you've gleaned over your time studying with Uther and observing the dwarves of Karak Agzor, you're able to glean the identity of this dwarf from the beard rings that he once wore. And you believe that he was in life, they were a member of the BR Bonda. Not a particularly high-ranking one, the equivalent of like a corporal or potentially a sergeant at most. But also that they were a member of kind of they were involved with security rather than enforcement. They were more of kind of like what you consider kind of an operative rather than a soldier. And with a 28, what you also find is on their body was quite obviously stripped of most of the valuables that you would normally expect to find. They had no sword belt, they had no coin purse, they had no documents, although most dwarves, again, just rely on their beard rings for that kind of thing. But they had, like, nothing that would indicate that they, what they were doing or anything like that about their person, as though they had been, divested of such things before they died. But what you do find, and comprehend languages, does that also include reading?
No, but
Okay.
I also lost it when I went invisible.
Oh, when you went invisible. Fair enough.
But I read Dwarvish.
Fair enough. You do find what looks to be the remnants of a leather bracer that this dwarf wore in life. That they took from their body, and on the inside of it, that opened up and scored in a message that is still barely legible, despite the decay of the body and the time that has passed since it has been in this cell. You are able to make out most of the message. It says, "I have been captured, but I shall not await my fate. My soul shall not be bound. I go to the Allsmith on my own terms. If I am found by those worthy, know that this place is Kardek's minion. The tower by the river. It holds some key, I am certain. there's a bit of something illegible worn away by time. The rocks, the fall, they should not be here. The maps cannot be lies. Something is wrong. That is all you were able to understand.
Yeah, he translated, like, he whispered that out to his sister. And kind of gives her, like, a wide-eyed look.
And with this message, something that you had previously noticed but hadn't quite put together, the front of the dwarf's skull is smashed. Based on his message, you imagine that he did it to himself against the wall of the cell.
Dark.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have a location to check out now. And this might be the wrong time to bring this up, but this was really fun. We should do this more often.
You stand over the body of a dwarf who died by suicide during captivity.
To avoid his soul being.
Right, wrong time. I know.
In a probes.
Honestly, that's been our life. We've never had the appropriate time to discuss anything. We should get back to the others. Wait. Have you already left? Damn it.
What's funny is she hadn't, but she was very quiet. And behind you, as you leave and say, "Damn it," she's going to reach out and she's going to grab your tail and give it a little yank.
You'll see a smile come across the dwarven face, and I will take the leather bracer with me.
Okay. Actually, I would say as well, you would know that it would also, Naira, you would certainly know that it would be considered a tradition of honor to return the beard rings to the family, if possible.
Which she would make it a priority to do. So yeah, she will grab those before heading out.
Okie dokie. Okay, yeah, so you are able to rejoin the group. The dwarves are still, like, just kind of impassively writing away, periodically looking up, just... If you have further inquiries, they may be made at the Guild Hall in Karak Agzor.
We're the best apples, do you think? Oh, hey, shit. we're back.
No, I just love that every time he says something, he's saying, like, we're the best apples, and he says that again in Dwarvish, and you're like, okay, but, like, Granny Smith apples.
Like, he would have recognized that he just, like, he can't speak Dwarvish, but he's saying literally the same thing over and over again, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just over the earrings, we found some stuff. We should talk about it outside.
So let us all go outside. As he'll just turn to the dwarves and in Dwarven say, "We'll take it up in Karak Exor," and give him a wink and then step out.
And they just sort of impassively watch you leave and bend down back to their writing.
What do you say? The rocks and the falls shouldn't be there?
I just want to officially say I did say I think it's behind the fall.
I mean,
You did. I'm very proud of you.
it's gamer
Like-
intuition. There's always something behind the waterfall.
I wish I had said my thing out loud because we called this together.
We did.
But as we go outside, Midnight will hand the bracer to Uther and show him the message.
Ooh, that's nasty.
I've also changed my mind on whether or not there should be violence.
And?
I think there should be. There are some souls suffering right now. I would like to fix that, if possible.
Good. I just like to make sure that we have clarity sometimes. Don't want miscommunication.
Do we have water walk up today?
You can swim, alright? You don't need me to water walk
well,
you all of 30
We also
feet.
have
The
a
tower
boat,
here,
but-
you can all like there is also a way through these rocks toward it. It is not like there is a path through there. It is beside the water course here, and like it is surrounded by rock formations, but there is like a path to the door.
And they said that shouldn't be there. If I I don't know, look in that direction hard enough, I can't determine if it's an illusion.
Not without interacting with it in some way.
Or we get close enough to it, detect magic. Let's go!
That works for me.
Sound like that has been resolved. To the scary water.
Just be wary, y'all. If we start getting close to somewhere that they don't want us to be, well, they might start coming at us.
Yeah. I unless anybody can think of a reason not to, I would really like to go back in there first and release that tortured soul from that construct.
I mean, do you
It
know
was-
how to do that?
Well, I was going to try and destroy the construct.
Well, the thing is, they take exception to that, I'm sure, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't know if every other motherfucker's gonna start coming out.
How many people have we seen here?
Like 12.
Yeah, I mean, in total, maybe 20 in the whole time that you've been here.
At this point, Naira's like, I wish I could show you what I saw. You would understand.
Well,
I don't care if they take exception.
if we find a way to free the souls, isn't it possible that the souls can return to the body or some shit? Or do they just immediately die?
That was what I was wondering, but I didn't get any impression that we could do that from Uther or Magnus, right?
Sorry, what was the question? I was checking my notes on something.
Uh-oh.
The impression that I had been given was that violence solves most problems here. Yes?
I mean, from Magnus, the impression that you got was, I have in the past used violence to solve all of the problems that have presented themselves to me. Whether or
do
not
I
that
have-
would solve.
Do I have any reason to believe that the soul can be rescued? Because Naira just wants to stop its suffering right now.
Based on your understanding of such things, like you rolled a pretty good Arcana earlier and everything, so I'll let that stand. Yes, in the case of such a thing, you would be very confident that destroying the construct would release the soul. There may be other ways to release it, like if you were able to find the source of the magic that was binding it, or something like that. That would also do the trick. But yeah, like the most direct path is smashy.
Yeah, no, my question was more about the returning the souls to the dwarves that were. Because right now Naira is just fully on board with just let's destroy everything, and I don't care because I want to release that soul that's suffering. And if they fight me, whatever, because they're already lost. But if there is a chance that I could return their souls and I would know that, I would probably be a little more patient.
Go ahead and roll me. Well, actually, what was the arcana that you rolled earlier with your religion?
Hold on one second. Uh,
30.
Yeah, it was a 30.
Okay. Short of releasing the souls and then perform, like, potentially if you had the chance to set up a kind of, you would need to create a specific sort of revivification kind of ritual, and then organize it in such a way that the souls were released. So, like, in theory, yes, but only under very, very specific circumstances would it be possible to return the bodies to the souls to the bodies, and it would essentially be via a form of resurrection rather than by like an actual just kind of release the soul and it finds its way back. From what you can tell, the bodies are essentially dead. But the souls have not passed on, but they are absent from the bodies. The bodies are, for all intents and purposes, dead.
And do I believe that any of us would be capable of that ritual?
Not with the resources. But by ritual, I mean if you had 20 clerics and thousands of gold pieces worth of components.
So what you're saying is we need a cleric.
we need a cleric?
We need a cleric, please. I think, releasing the souls to the bridge is a good...
Is that definitely where they go?
I thought their souls were kind of already gone from what we could see on the NPCs, kind of, so to say.
I was just making sure of that.
Yeah, Naira's just gonna say I don't think we have the knowledge or the resources to save them if they can be saved. I think that what we need to do is have mercy on them.
Well, in violence it is, but don't you
You
think
say violence it is, and she's already starting to walk back into that
It
building.
says, but don't you think it's a better idea to see if we can't find the fucker who's responsible before giving him a warning?
Well, I'll leave this up to you. When I was strapped into that torture chair, was it more important to release me from the chair or to confront Bartrand?
Release you from the chair, but you were still alive at the time, as far as I was aware.
Technically, we did confront Bartrand first.
Technically, we killed the fuck
you
out
did.
of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before releasing you.
But she was dead by that point.
Lorium checked on you the moment he found you, but yeah.
But
but
it was making a fairly important point.
but my point, Lorium, is that there is something suffering inside that thing right now. The longer we take to do whatever it is we're trying to do, that soul is suffering, and that soul is why I am here.
And if the person responsible gets whiff of it and then dips the fuck out and continues doing this work, you save one and damn many.
and her eyes hit the floor. And her ears go a little flat, but she doesn't say anything else.
Lorium, then why don't y'all head towards the tower? And Naira and I will go free this soul. And for what it's worth, Midnight was already moving with her.
Let's split up, gang. Yeah.
Shit, that's all you had to say.
All I'm saying is that
Actually-
we can come back in 30 minutes.
No, I think... Lorium is right. I think Lorium made a very good point, and I need to learn patience.
When you say
So-
that, he gets.
He says to you,
Mm-hmm.
so boss, what do we do?
Oof!
He squints. And just starts walking off. Kill the fucker that's behind it, and then get to destroying his shit. And then he'd stop and turn around towards Magnus and say, "That's what you were waiting for, right?"
Well, honestly, I was waiting for the situation to devolve into violence. That tends to be my most precious calling. But, why, yes, if there is a more direct route that we can take to the bounty, I am certainly in favor of it. I have simply found in the past that violence has been that most direct.
Midnight's just gonna put a hand on his sister's shoulder. Will
One thing, though. What if we don't come back? What if we walk away to go deal with the villain first, and we don't come back? We are just leaving that soul to suffer forever, right? Just so we're clear. Okay, I seem to have broken everybody, so let's go.
I wasn't I assumed you were talking to the group, so I was waiting.
Oh, I thought she was talking to you.
No, I
I
thought
was talking to everybody.
yeah.
Oh!
Didn't realize
Sorry.
that.
Yeah. We're gonna come back. I died in a soul snatching fuckwit. And he continues to follow Wander. He seems to have taken the lead.
Although, actually, as you pass this tower, a armored dwarf, actually, so you're there, an armored dwarf does step out of the tower here, and hold up a hand in which he hold up a hand. So, Gosberg dun dak dishtar dirk. And Lorium, you you recognize this is something you heard many times in the guild hall.
Wander just looks back at everyone, mainly at Lorian.
He looks around. Is anybody watching?
Yes.
I mean, apart from the the party members, I assume. There are dwarves moving around, and actually, now that you guys are there, yes, they do appear to actually be paying more attention now. There's probably 5 or 6 of them that have actually paused their work, straightened, and are just kind of watching menacingly.
Ooh, menacingly.
I mean, not actually menacingly. I was making a SpongeBob reference, but you know. But they're just coming.
Lorem just stands there and shrugs and looks over at Uther.
Uther pauses for a moment as he just says, I think this whole thing's going to turn into a ballroom blitz. I might be able to make most of us invisible, and we could push past. If this whole place is that way.
I'm pretty happy drawing attention, honestly. To myself, anyway.
Yeah? How many people can you make
If we're-
invisible? Oh, sorry, just a thought popped up.
I think
Amazing.
together, Uther and I could probably make...
I can do 3
Oh.
people.
Yeah, because I can upcast it to 4th, so...
So you could do the invisibility route, and then also Lorium can just dimension door another person for free. Unless we just want to send it now.
So yeah, technically we can do the whole party.
Does that include Magnus?
6 people total?
Oh, yeah, so it would.
Do we want to do that? Or do we want to just kick this thing off? Because I have a feeling that as soon as we get caught, all of them are going to just come at us.
Like a hive mind.
Yeah.
I want to do a quick test. I'm going to have Sunshine walk past.
Sunshine approaches, and the dwarf actually does kind of just sort of watch her curiously for a moment. And just seems to have a moment of indecision, and then just kind of pauses and watches her pass.
Well, the animals can get in. So we can do the funnies, or we can just send it. I'm good with just dropping this guy in the water.
He just frowns as he says, I think we should go collect Naira's coin, start at the one edge of the town, and then we don't have stuff coming up behind us, so we can just clean sweep down into the mines or behind that waterfall.
Well, I didn't think walking around would be this hard.
Me neither.
Sure, but I'm gonna bar the door.
And midnight, if we're heading towards the guild hall, will lead them to the side door that opens right up into that room.
Okay, so you guys are all going to congregate around the door here.
I don't like how you said congregate, but yes.
No,
Okey-dokey.
Wander's actually gonna stay.
Come on, shield. Oh.
No, he's gonna stay like here.
Okay.
Assuming that that's like 20 feet away and not.
I mean, that's...
So
Yeah,
he's
like
at,
60
so
feet.
yeah. So he'll be like there-ish.
Okay.
Let me move measuring tool and such.
Okie dokie.
He's putting distance between himself and them.
The dwarf re-enters the tower.
That guy's all he goes to the right, to the void.
We just link arms and I cast darkness and we just walk past.
I'm gonna open the door.
Okay, the side door.
Yep.
Okay, so midnight. Wander, you are 20 feet away. And then Uther, Lorium, and Naira are all there. As is Magnus. Okay, you open the door. The two dwarves that had been hammering pause and turn. And those of you who speak Dwarven hear them say, "Entry is permitted only for guild members."
I stab him in the throat.
Okay. So, everybody please, let us go ahead and roll for initiative.
That was the quickest I stabbed him in the throat I've ever heard in my life.
Man.
Jeez, with the 17, I feel so slow.
Yeah, right.
So, midnight. I will say that because you initiate with your stab, go ahead and give me a attack roll, and that will be kind of our inciting incident, and then we will drop into initiative, and Naira, you will be up next. So, go ahead and roll me an attack against the dwarf.
Oh, and get Maggie in the turn order.
And we're gonna
Oh,
shut
yes,
the
thank
door.
you. And okay, Lauren, you shut the door behind you guys as you walked in? Okay. 24 definitely hits.
Is he surprised?
Well, I mean, yes, I suppose, but like he was aware of you, but yes, you do get sneak attack if that's what you're asking, because he's also surrounded by your compatriots. Oh, son of a bitch! But their frickin' health bars aren't displaying.
You know what you have to do.
Oh, you're such a dick.
Yeah, Cole.
I was actually referring to Foundry, but
We know what you were saying. You don't gotta use code.
Oh, they're hardy.
god damn it, Foundry.
God damn it, Founder. We just want to kill dwarves. And robots, which is, you know, a little bit of an existential crisis.
Well, you think the spell magic would work on the robot?
You could certainly try.
By raw, no. But our DM is cool.
Oh, and then my golem as well. Excellent. Okay. So, you ram your blade home, at stepping forward and initiating the battle. And as you do, a number of things happen. As you lunge and strike, your blade bites. But you have stabbed many people in your time. You know what it feels like when flesh yields to a blade. This does not feel the same. There is something strange, something hardy and artificial in the way that the blade penetrates, as though the flesh is not yielding in the way that it should. Perhaps even more disconcerting, when you wrench your knife free, there is no gout of blood that follows it. Instead, the wound glows. A strange, almost purplish, dark light emanating from it. And as that glow emits from the wound, the dwarf's eyes widen, his mouth opens, and and his face lights up with that same light as he goes,
Don't like that.
the dwarf with him, face light the same, and the golem that they were working on springs suddenly to life, massive arms ending in pickaxes raising above its head, as its face and the lines of its body also spring to life with this strange energy. And we begin the combat. Naira, you're up.
Naira throws on her blade song. And then she is going to first attack Green Flame Blade.
Nice.
I don't know why I have a thing, but I'm gonna, yeah.
It always puts a template. It's weird.
Yeah. So I go with my oh, but first I actually want to move over here. Boink. Can I go there?
Yeah.
Okay. Because flanking is fun. Oof. 17?
A 17 unfortunately does not do it. The metal skin of the golem deflects your blade.
Okie doke. That didn't work. And she's just going to attempt a second attack. That'll do it.
26, however, will.
Fuck.
Okay, 7 points. Okay, that's your turn. Wander, you're up.
So the dropping initiative thing that we do, that is a thing we do, yeah?
Where you can kind of choose to drop your initiative down. Yes.
Yeah. How far down can I drop it?
Wherever, as far down as you like.
I'll go to 1.
Okay, you just want to go last in initiative?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got that 20 and I was like, mother... It's gonna be the only 20 I roll.
Midnight, then, after his sister attacks, is going to reposition. And I will, with my free action, pull out my other dagger, and I'm about to go to town.
20 on the Dwarven Miner.
Yeah.
That is a hit. Okay. Still on his feet.
Yeah. Then I'm going to do my offhand attack on him.
Go for it. Okay.
And then, because of my Dread Ambusher, this is the first turn of my combat, I get an extra attack.
Go ahead and roll. $24 is a hit.
1 second, because this one gets another d6 of extra damage. And, you know what? Since I hit, I'll also mark it as my favorite foe, so it'll get a d4 as well.
Okie dokie. Okay, he is definitely looking the worse for wear. Everywhere where your daggers have struck, this strange purple light is emanating from the wounds. It seems to be flickering slightly, fading, and kind of almost like it is boiling off from some of the deeper blows that you have inflicted. But he is definitely still active and has raised up the hammer that he was using to work on the golem. As we come to the end of your turn, Uther, you're up.
He'll turn to Maggie and just go, time for hyper-violence, if you wouldn't mind. Nose, and then I just go, boop, and I hit him on the nose with greater invisibility.
And as as it kind of shimmers over him, he does actually just kind of as he starts to like unfold his shoulders, and you see his claws starting to unsheath just before they shimmer into invisibility.
As then he'll just turn and say, "You've got this, darling," and smile and send a bardic inspiration, of course, to Naira. And then, do I think I'm in range of him? Probably, huh?
In range of who? The golem?
The golem.
Yes. Quite possibly. He is a
Okay.
large-sized creature.
Then you know what? Because he can. He's gonna run over this way.
Okay.
And then in turn.
Okay. That is from the through this open door. You hear
Oh, you cut off.
You hear the similar kind of strange shriek that the miner gave when stabbed. And this
If
one.
you've played Mass Effect, think the things that the husks do.
Ew.
That's the sound.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Do they scramble the same way as the husk did?
12. It is, yeah, he, that one has snatched up a, what looks to be like a heavy pickaxe from underneath the desk and is running forward toward the door, eyes and mouth glowing with this energy. As we come to Magnus. And Magnus, invisibly, his laughter still ringing and echoing in this small chamber, is going to rage. And at the same time, he is also going to... where is his stuff? You see a shimmer of energy in the air where he occupied, a blur of invisible movement, and he begins to rain blows.
What I was gonna do later.
God damn it, Nick.
I walked right back up at the right time.
Hang on, there should be some extra thing there.
Well,
Oh no,
+2.
okay, yeah, he needs to expend that. Yeah, I don't know why it's rolling a d6. It should be a d8, but either way, fuck it. I'll just add 1 to his damage. That's another hit.
And they're doing +2 for raging, right?
Oh yeah, so it should be +3.
Isn't it easy to forget?
So that is 12, that's 16, or no, 12, 15, 18. Oh, for fuck's sake, but Foundry is doing a thing. God damn it, guys. Okay, so we're gonna have to refresh, sorry. I'm gonna have to log back out and restart the world.
Oh, Captain.
All right.
5-minute break?
No, it should just be like 30 seconds.
30-second break?
30-second break.
Okay,
30 second break.
reloading.
Today's episode is brought to you by Foundry.
No. We're not being paid.
Okay, there we go. What the Verge? The dwarf that you were fighting, he's disappeared.
We killed him.
So he was on. Oh, are you kidding me?
What happened?
It's not recognizing them as. It's okay. Yeah, so take 5, guys. Hopefully this isn't a more permanent issue, because it's currently not letting me edit their HP, which will be problematic for a battle. So I'm going to try completely shutting down Foundry and starting it again.
Aye, Captain.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, go for it. So yeah, let's take a couple minutes, and hopefully this will be fixed when we get back. see how this goes. Oh, we might be in business.
Hey.
But that is 12, 15, 18. Down to there. And he's going to attack one more time. And he attacks again with advantage. And hits. Damage. Plus
Am I the only one not
3.
getting music?
It should start. It's probably still loading.
Okay, no worries.
There it goes. Just started for me.
And 6. And attacking one more time with advantage. And that's a 4th hit. And once again, plus another 3. And that is sufficient. As you guys all see, as just there is this roar that resonates in the small chamber. A shimmer of power and flurry of a kind of the wind of very rapid movement, and the dwarf that was shuddering forward from Midnight's blows to his back just suddenly arches backwards as he is literally torn apart by claw marks raking across his chest and face before collapsing just shredded to the floor. There is this roar of triumph that echoes in the small room, and another dwarf comes charging around the corner here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is going to come to here. And as this dwarf enters, face, eyes and mouth alight with this strange fire, or with this strange light. The shriek that was emitting from its mouth rises, and as it does, the light glows and seems to emanate from all around its body as it activates its aura of soul death.
It's what?
Oh.
Huh? Excuse me?
Which brings us to this one. 1, 2, 3. Door open. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Also, is everyone back?
I'm not sure about Cole, just because I haven't heard him, but he said something about taking a puppy out.
Cole? Cole!
It's okay. I would like time to read this.
It's just missed me, hasn't it?
It had actually just missed both you and Midnight. I thought it might catch you, but no, you are actually both just outside of reach.
Yeah, I was more on the all undead creatures within the aura have advantage on saving throws.
So, quick question: Do I
Against being
register
burned.
as undead?
You what, sorry?
I said so. Quick question: Do I register as undead?
You do not.
It'd be interesting to suddenly be like, your turn too. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry.
Someone goes to turn undead and Naira's like, you stop! And just runs away. It's okay. Anybody who could do that is nowhere near us.
I want you to know that I'm going to cry later. And it's because of you. How does that make you feel?
Well, it's good because we need a cleric.
Hey, so I'm gonna write the recap this week.
And this dwarf, 1, 2, moves to here. And he is certainly within range as he activates his aura of soul death.
You sure he doesn't
And
want to use the
then-
Inferno of Fiery Hatred?
Is going to, well, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Midnight. Call me, high or low.
Low.
He's going to strike at midnight.
Yay me!
And he is flanking with the soulbound golem. So he's going to attack with advantage once. And that's going to be a hit.
Yeah,
Twice.
that hits. That hits as
19?
well.
Okay. For a total of 16 damage as these two heavy blows crack, crack.
Is that its turn?
That is its turn.
I'm gonna use my reaction to move 15 feet away from it without any opportunity attacks. So I'm gonna go there.
Okay. And we will just now wait for Lorium to return.
This is gonna be a fun way to start the turn.
I just got back. Did anyone within my range attack somebody else?
This dwarf actually just attacked Midnight. But I don't believe you can take your reaction because you haven't had your initiative yet.
Fair.
I don't. Well, that was. I know that was a roll in 3.5. I don't know. I don't know.
I think
if
that's just
still
if
a
you're
roll.
surprised.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I
then,
don't know.
I have no idea. I'm just trying
I'm
to get
pretty
your
sure
reaction.
you're right.
Bryce? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, but it is your go. So,
I'm just waiting to
please
load
do.
in.
You're good. When you have, you can go ahead and give me a Constitution save.
Oh no! Did the robot do something?
No, the undead dwarfs did.
Yeah. Does anyone want to read that ability or?
Yeah, I'll read. The spirit shackled dwarf can activate or deactivate an aura of undeath as a bonus action. The aura extends 10 feet from the dwarf, and while active, all undead creatures within the aura have advantage on saving throws against being turned and regain 5 hit points at the start of their turns. Also, any living creatures that start their turn in the aura take 1d10 necrotic damage. DC 16 Constitution save negates.
And it's called.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aura of death. Aura of soul death.
21. You're fine.
Aura of soul
There
death.
is this
Yeah.
strange, like scintillating energy that is pouring out from this dwarf, but your own kind of burning power is emanating from you and driving it back.
I don't get puppy. I don't get advantage on this, huh?
On the golem, yes.
On the golem, but on the miner.
No, not on the miner.
Yeah, I ran away. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll take a hit. Yeah. All right, let's see the damage.
Okay. Well, actually, you're still in the threatened area of the golem. It has a 10-foot reach. You bump into Magnus. You cannot end your turn. Like you can't do anything from that one. You can move through that square without impediment, but you cannot like do anything in that square.
Anybody who's looking, Midnight is so jealous.
I move right here.
Okay.
And then yeah. My reaction. What? Said you've used your reaction already.
Okay.
28. Yeah, that's a hit.
Oh my.
Oh.
Oh my, all D.
Against which one? The minor?
The minor, yeah.
The minor.
Minor 49. Oh my god!
It begins.
I'm
My luck.
I'm gonna need you to not, Loria.
My luck.
Wait, hold on. Wait a second.
Yeah.
So on that miss,
Uh-huh.
could I make Lorium nat 20?
With his critspiration?
Critspiration.
You know what? If you give up a use of your bardic inspiration, I will allow it.
I'll do it.
What the hell?
you.
I think that's a really cool. I think that is a fucking cool use. So yes, I will say bardic inspiration. You can give up your your critspiration.
Roger.
I think that's really cool.
So you're making my second hit crit.
Yes.
All right. Do these count as undead?
They certainly do.
Right. Okay. So divine smite would be 3. Hello, puppy. I don't know if everyone else heard that yawn well.
That was an adorable little sound.
My heart just like I want puppy. Give me.
I need to cuddle your puppy. I just need you to know that. Holy shit.
Holy
Fuck.
Look at all those 8.
Oh, we were so
shit.
close to the damage we needed.
That was a couple. Okay, and then the final attack was a 19, so that's a second level divine smite. And yeah. 14 extra.
Oh, it is still just on its feet, but your power has just burned away huge portions of its body. The energy that was pouring from its form is just flickering and fitzing out around you. But it is still active, unfortunately. And is that your turn?
Yes, sir.
Hey, question. This one
Yeah.
under the one he just attacked, that Magnus attacked, is it alive or dead?
It is dead.
Okay.
Magnus, literally tore it apart. But speaking of things being torn apart, the air is split as the golem raises its hands, and Naira, you see the form that you saw through your coin manifesting. You all now see it manifesting, this ghostly apparition overlaid for a moment with this massive metal form, a shrieking voice that you all then hear. And I need everyone except for Wander to please give me a wisdom saving throw. I don't know why it's asking for dexterity there.
Oh, Naira's about to die.
No, not again! Oh, fuck.
You get +3 from me,
Oh!
if that matters.
I rolled well enough.
that one.
In that case. Ooh.
I don't think that helps for mine, the +3.
But-
What happens to me?
You can't be frightened, though.
26 psychic damage?
Oh, do you make them immune to frightened?
My aura is now makes anything immune to frighten within 10 feet.
Fair enough. So Magnus also now needs to make his save, and he also gets +3?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, although, I think as a feature of rage,
I don't think he can be frightened.
Is it a frenzied rage? Is he a berserker?
Oh, no, you're right.
Nope, yeah, it is not a fringe lead. Saving throws. Oh no, he does have advantage on the saving throw, however.
He needs one more.
So I'm just going to roll again normally.
Damn it.
But nope.
He still can't be
Okay.
frightened, though, right? He's within 10 feet? Or is he on the other side?
Yes. No, he is right there. So he cannot. He is not frightened, but he did fail the save, and unfortunately, that means Midnight and Magnus are both going to go ahead and take 22 points of psychic damage as this wail shrieks out through in the chamber. The rest of you will take 11. And
my God.
Uther, oh yeah, you also take the full 22.
So let's double check this. Okay, I'm good. Spell's still
Okay.
up.
And you are not within 10 feet of Lorium, unfortunately, so you are now frightened of the golem. You can remake the save at the end of each of your turns.
Okay.
Okay, and then that is its action. As its bonus action now, the ghostly apparition that had formed kind of spreads out once more, and you see its entire form become oddly translucent as it suddenly shifts in place and leaving a after image burning in the air moves through Lorium and Midnight. Both of you please give me another wisdom saving throw as its form moves through you and you feel this shriek embedding into your soul. But you, Lorium, will be able to reduce it by half. As will you. So you both only take 3 points. And that is its turn. As we come to the final Dwarven Miner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 comes running in.
How did the golem get over there?
It used its Ghostly Wake ability, which is a bonus action that allows it to move up to 30 feet. In a ethereal form or incorporeal form, and any living creature that it moves through takes psychic damage.
I'm guessing we don't get opportunity attacks on it.
No,
You
yeah,
do
I got
not,
that. But
Yeah.
that was notes.
Okay, that brings us to Wander. You have heard the sounds of combat erupt from the building behind you. It is a very solid built building, as all dwarf buildings are, or all the dwarf buildings that you have seen at least are. So the sounds do not appear to be spilling out too far into the rest of the town. And as far as you can see, it is actually contained for now. The rest of the town is not coming charging in.
Okay, cool. Then now, just so I'm clear and it's not, they went in through a side entrance, not through the front entrance?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay,
The
cool.
side entrance
Okay.
up here.
For a second, I was worried that I was further away than I thought.
And Lorium closed
No,
the door
yeah.
behind him.
You put yourself basically a move action from the door. So a move action will get you to just inside the door.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to the door and then throw it open.
Okay, you
And by throw it
mosey
open,
on
I
over.
open it.
Yeah.
Damn, that is absolutely crazy. I'm gonna fucking. Where's my stuff? The targeting and this guy and why is give.
Nope. And yeah, the burst of flame erupts around him, driving him to the ground, and the last of the power that swirled around him dissipates in the wake of the fire.
And then back around the corner.
You don't have any move left.
Oh, I thought I was 20 feet away.
Oh, 20 feet? Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, you would be able to kind of boop.
Yeah. That's it. This is my turn.
Okay. Coming back around to the top. Naira, you're up.
Question. If
Yeah.
I stand there
Uh-huh.
and I have a thing that Let me double check. That an area of effect that is a line that is 5 feet wide. If I'm standing here, would I only be able to get these two and this guy, or can I send it in between all of them and get all of them?
I think technically you'd only be able to get these two and this guy.
That's a real shame.
I mean, maybe if you were you would technically be able to move here and then like see if you could angle it appropriately.
Well, because it's a line, so the most likely place that I could get it would be if I could get it between.
But like
them
you might be
here
able to kind of. I don't know. No, yeah, it doesn't look like there's any line that affects all 4 of them.
But we are going to start with a fun ability that I have. And we're going to attempt to move this guy in line. It's why I got telekinetic shove in the first place.
Ooh.
So, strength saving throw, DC 17.
Okay.
It's not letting me...
It's fine, I'll just roll it for him. They are pretty good at these though, so nope. Yep. Yeah, you shove him over. He brings his
him
aura
over.
with him.
And then I
Oh shit!
You hit him with the good old pow.
Okay. So that is going to be 3 dex saving throws.
4.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Well, actually, 1 pass and a fail, and and a bad fail. And another fail.
And silvery barbs, out of curiosity. That's a reaction, not a bonus action, right?
It is. So, yep.
Because I want everyone to fail.
Okay, let's re-roll that first motherfucker. And yeah, that is 4 fails.
Yeah, that was hot.
Electrifying.
Hey.
Hell yeah!
Nice. God damn it.
Okay. So, one moment, as I reduce all of these dwarves by a not insignificant amount.
I like how we just keep going over.
Show us the health.
And then, so, your lightning bolt sears through these 3, and then smashes into the golem. And as it does so, you see the channels that had previously lit up with this strange, soul-bound, arcane energy light up again, this time with your lightning that races along its joints, seeming to sear into it and then shine out like an X-ray being taken from within as the entire thing shudders and creaks in response. And you can, with that amount of damage being dealt, you don't even have to roll. This thing is apparently vulnerable to lightning damage.
Hell yeah!
Sparky. And then let me double check one thing. I can't remember if the Blade Song I just want to see if it will take an attack opportunity when I move.
Got it. I mean, your armor class is 25, so, you know.
It is. It's probably fine. Yeah, I do. So I am gonna move.
Okay, and he's going to attempt to take some recompense for the... What's 32 times 5? For the 160 points of damage you just dealt.
Nice.
25.
Yes. No. He is absolutely reeling from being thrown about by your telekinesis and then glanced with lightning. It just sort of flails ineffectually as you dance away.
Never mind.
Sorry. No, go on.
Fine. No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, and well, that's your turn, Midnight.
Right? I don't want to be here, so I'm going to bonus action disengage and move the fuck away. I'm gonna drop my daggers and pull out Witch Hazel. And I'm gonna take a shot at one of the miners. I haven't decided which one. This.
Uh, 27 hits. Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay, Uther, you're up.
He'll just say, "That was shockingly good, Naira," as he'll just smile and... Ooh, can I
Put
get
him in
it?
line for you.
These
Get
smiles
him.
are stunning.
And I'm
Okay.
going to hit that group of them with
A
shadow.
creature made of inorganic material, such as stone, crystal, or metal, is at disadvantage, so it will roll its con save. It's very good at con saves, but it is at disadvantage.
Ooh!
And that's a fail.
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
These... And you get all 3 of them, don't you? Yeah, okay, so another 3 con saves. They are being even undead dwarves. They are still dwarves, and so are hardy. So that is 1 pass. Ooh, another pass.
Damn, +7.
Ooh,
Ah, a 3rd pass. I'm on point for the con saves. So that is 14 damage to the golem. It doesn't get. Does it take? No, yeah, it's just a disadvantage for the throw. And he is put down to there. He is put down to there. And he is put down to there. Okay. Anything else you want to do on your turn? You've got your move and your bonus.
Nope, I can't use my move. And, yeah. I'll burn, actually, I'll just go... Lorium, you've got this! And I'm going to send one out for Lorium. And then I'm going to end my turn.
Okay. This dwarf. Go ahead and get rid of that. This dwarf is going to come running in toward you, Lorium.
I smack.
Go ahead and smack.
I try to smack. Oh, yes, I did not use my reaction. This is my reaction, I swear.
No, I know. Oh, the foundry was doing
Yeah.
the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's a hit. As you just like, no, you stay over there.
Way over there. About 10 feet away.
Okay. And that's actually that's all he can do. So, yeah, he has stopped in his, you ram your glaive out and he's just like, is just swinging his pick wildly, not quite able to reach. But that is going to be his turn as we come to Magnus, who you again hear this roar continue. As you feel something large brush past you. Oh, wait, and he actually should have taken some damage earlier. Oh. There we go. But that does not stop him as he lunges forward, and he is going to go after Big and Scary over here. Attack, advantage, 1. That's a hit. Attack, advantage. It's another hit, and you know what? He's going to burn another key point, use his flurry of blows again.
Because, I mean, when else are you going to use it?
Advantage. And 19 I don't think actually is a hit, no. Attack, advantage. And that's a third hit. Okay, so damage plus 3. Damage plus 3. And damage plus 3. Okay, so that is 21, 33, or 32. As you just see these claws, you see plates being torn off this golem as sparks are sheeting across it. Just hearing this bellowing laugh echoing from this invisible fighter. It's quite a disconcerting experience, honestly. As we come to Dwarven Miner, who now is going to rush forward after you, Naira. Attempting to give a better accounting of himself than he did last time. And actually, you know what? They are smart enough that he's going to move so that Uther is also within the aura. Oh, back. Wrong tool. There we go. As he swings at you with his pick. Once. Oh, that's still a miss. Oh, but I think that's actually...
Well, you think.
And yeah, okay. What does your shield look like, actually? I don't think you've used it before.
I haven't, and I haven't given it any thought. So no, it's just a very pretty, very sparkly sort of little bubble of force that appears in front of her.
And the pick ricochets off it. And that is his turn. And this went on for several hours. This one is going to lunge forward past the compatriot that you are kind of long-arming, Laurium, with your glaive. Run in, and he is going to swing at you now with his war pick. Once, Taku. Twice, Taku. An 11, I imagine, is a miss. Ooh, but a 25, I believe, is a hit.
Yeah, it's a hit.
And you take 5 points of piercing damage, and then his eyes widen, his mouth widens, the energy flows, and he is going to activate his aura of soul death. As we come to you, Laurium, please go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh. That was actually close.
Yeah, that is close, but you do succeed.
Oh. Okay.
Morium, if there's any chance that you could come over here and help us out. At the end of your movement, I would appreciate that.
Oh yeah, Uther's frightened too, isn't he?
Uh-huh.
Well,
Yeah.
if I move away...
Oh, I forgot to make.
Oh,
my save.
actually, Uther, you should have had another wisdom save at the end of your turn to attempt to
Here
end
we
the
go.
fight.
Nat 20. Nope.
If I move away, no, I'm going to take 2 attacks of opportunity. The big golem and this guy.
Oh. I assume you'll kill one of them.
Well, I don't have advantage.
You could move down to here and you would receive it. You would be flanking with Magnus.
Where at?
You do know that he is in this square. Because
Oh.
you've seen him like tearing plates off the golem, so you do know where he is.
Oh yeah, that fucker has a 10 fucking foot range, so he's not even gonna hit me if I move here. Okay.
You need to move to this square. Although, well, then that would set you up for a third opportunity attack.
Yeah.
Although, oh wait, actually, we're using the generous flanking rules, which means that you are actually flanking there, because I can draw from that corner to that corner, and it does go through the center. So yeah, you're good. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna just attack. I'm gonna just try to kill. That's one.
That's a hit.
Normal.
Nice.
Nice. This is 2. Advantage.
That's another hit.
Normal. Decent damage.
We're still just on his feet.
And then thrice.
Give him the
Advantage.
bonk.
That's a hit.
The magical bonking plus.
Oh no.
Well, I was gonna say plus.
Oh, you're gonna give it a little bit of a bam from your Spice Weasel?
I might as well. Other formula. Oh, whoops! Oh well, that actually works because it is 3d8.
That is more than enough, as, yeah, your final pummel blow, bursting in purple fire, smashes him back down, and the energy that he was emitting dissipates into the air around him.
And then he will use the rest of his movement to move right here.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
I'm
not afraid
The
anymore.
golem is going to take a swing.
You are not afraid anymore.
Ooh, and a 25 is going to hit. I don't know why it's calling itself the heavy loader, but... Ooh,
Ouch.
17 bludgeoning damage as this massive... Oh, actually, and that should be piercing. Wow, okay, so yeah, that is all screwed up. Oh, when I reset Foundry, it must have done a thing.
Yep.
But yeah, as this pickaxe head jabs out at you, pierces your shoulder.
Hey, make me a attack.
But yeah, it's gonna give you a Nixon.
Ooh, not bad damage.
Yeah, that's a fail. Does that count as fire damage?
It is fire damage, yes.
Okay. As the flame... Ooh, is there somebody speaking, or is that just an echo?
I think Echo.
Echo, okay. As the flame boils out and strikes it, you do notice, however, that the metal plates that it strikes against, they glow slightly from the heat, but it doesn't seem to have taken as much damage as you might have expected it.
This is why we take the radiant damage option on the glaive.
Okay, and that's your turn?
Is there...
Okay. The golem, aware that it is being attacked, but unable to see its assailant, it is going to go ahead and use its ghostly wake ability to move freely, appearing once more beside you, and actually, Naira, you're the one that has dealt it the most damage. It's going to go for you.
And since I ended my turn, that means I got my reaction back, right?
Yes, you did. Although, before actually it decides to attack, let me go ahead and see if it gets that back. It does not.
Thank goodness.
Means I get to smack it again.
Yeah, so it swings at Naira. Go ahead and roll your opportunity attack. As one. Oh, and that's actually going to be a hit
That's
on
missed.
you, Naira.
No, it's not.
Your
Shield.
shield is still up. Well, let's give it a go.
That also misses.
This went on for several hours.
Let's see. Hey!
21 is its armor class. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Every bit counts.
Okay. As these massive arms designed for pounding through solid rock, just scraping off your shield, Naira, smashing into the wall behind you.
Lorium just pokes
As that is its turn. This one is going to come in, charging around to here, moving in behind you, Lorium. It's going to activate its aura of soul death.
It's okay, this is what I
And
exist
then... Say again?
for. I said it's okay, this is what I exist for, to take damage.
And then he is going to swing at you with his war pick, attacking with advantage once and twice. 22.
Yep.
And a 24. Both hit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For a total of... Ooh! A total of 19 points of piercing damage.
Damage. Ouch.
And that is his turn. Wander, you're up.
Oh, I'm gonna peek back around. I don't know where you want me to go for looking with my eyes.
Hang on 1 second. Let me just make some edits to the walls here.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Boo. There we go. Okay.
Let me just edit the walls, he says.
I just saw that gif.
No, I'm gonna go... That guy, he's gonna go to my...
And so you can actually be... Yeah, there. And you'll be able to see.
Aye.
I think unless it nat 20s, if I use my shield, it cannot hit me.
Oh yeah, no, you are immune to physical attacks unless they nat 20.
Yeah. Powers of
Okay, so on the dwarf, okay. Give you a dex save.
Yeah.
Fail.
Nice.
Yay!
Ooh, good damage too. Okay.
And I go up. And that's my turn.
Okay. Lady Naira, you're up. Please give me a con save. DC 16, but you do get +3 from Lorium.
I do get +3 from Lorium, and I think my blade thinking, the advantage I get is only for maintaining concentration, but I just want to double check.
You're good.
Yeah, to maintain concentration on a spell, so it's just... and it's +3?
From your
Yes.
boy Lorium.
Give me 2 more levels, it'll be +4. I promise.
17?
17, I think, does the trick. Yep. You take no damage as you shrug off the effects of the Aura of Soul Death. What do you do in your turn?
I... start with a telekinetic shove of this dude right here, trying to put him right there.
Okay. So that's going to be a strength saving throw.
17, yeah.
Oh, and he just fails. As you
and-
wrench him across.
And then I am going to go ahead and start with that green flame blade again. I don't know why I don't want to put that down, but I'm just going to use that. So, inventory. Does an
That's
8
a hit.
hit? Okay, good.
It does. That is
and
actually
so-
their armor class. So yeah, an 18 does it.
Okay, so this now. I don't remember how this works.
It deals an extra D8 of fire damage? Or D6?
Yes.
On a hit, the target weapon, and you
Yeah.
can cause green fire to leap to a target of a different creature. Yeah.
Yeah, but because I'm over 5th level, it also does an additional 1d8 fire damage to the target on a hit.
Yes.
And the fire damage to the second creature increases by 1d8.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's plus 1d8 to this guy and 2d8 to the golem, I assume?
To the golem. It would have to be the golem, is the only one within 5 feet.
Okay, yeah, it's got to be the golem. So I'm going to do... I'm just going to roll the damage and put an additional 1d8 for... And this is for...
The minor.
The minor, yeah.
Yep.
So that's 18
Oh, I like
points
that.
of
The green
damage.
flame is a 1d8. It's a green d8.
And then...
The golem takes an additional
That
2d8. Ooh,
15
nice.
damage onto the golem.
Okay, again, it is. You do realize it is unfortunately resistant to fire, but yeah, I mean, he rolled damn near max damage anyway, so it still definitely felt it.
And then I'm gonna fight my impulse to run away because I'm not about to leave my husband in this corner.
Somebody put Uthi in a corner.
But I forget. I have a second attack now.
Yes.
And did you give anybody advantage with your silvery barbs? Because you could just take that.
Mm.
I'll give advantage to Midnight.
Nice.
Yoke.
Because I already have advantage. Oh!
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, and is that on the dwarf again?
Yes.
Oh yeah, because you attacked with advantage. Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Where are the extra d8s? Oh yeah, the acid damage. Okay.
From my because I
Yeah.
used a dragon fang to make a sword.
Okay, yeah, he is still on his feet, but unhappy with the situation. That is for damn sure. And that's your turn?
Yep.
Okay, Midnight, you're up.
Alrighty then. Midnight is going to take aim at the golem.
Because you're firing through bars, it will have cover.
Sharpshooter, baby.
Okie dokie. I rescind the objection.
That's the reason I went through there. I was like, I have sharpshooter.
I don't have to worry about shit. I'll shoot you through a pinhole.
Ooh, 30 does make is a hit though.
I'm also going to, with this damage, I'm gonna make it my favorite foe, so it'll just take another D4.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
Oof. Okay.
But it's also next to Lorium, so snack attack.
Well, you were also
You
attacking
had
with
And I had
advantage.
advantage too. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, your arrow. One of the panels that had been torn away earlier, you strike it deep, and like you see something fits and fizzle in response to the arrow. It is still on its feet, but you notice like it's kind of dragging its leg now as it tries to raise its hand for another blow.
On the outstep of my turn. Well, no, actually, that's not going to be helpful if I do that. Never mind. I end my turn.
Okay. So, Uther, with Lorium's presence so nearby, you realize that it is not you who should be afraid, but your enemies. And can move and act as normal. But what do you do?
Do I take anything because I'm in the dude's aura?
Oh, yes, you do. Thank you. You do need to make a con save.
Okay.
+3.
Saving throw.
+3.
Plus
Yep.
3.
Yay!
Here, golden.
That's
arrow.
fine. You are
Okay.
able to shrug off the necrotic energy that nips at you. What do you do?
I think. Yeah. He's gonna go. You don't look the brightest. Thick armor, though, and he's going to. I did target him.
Nice. I love that one.
And so, versatile.
Give me a before you cast this. Give me a Arcana or Religion check.
See, I think I'm the same at both. Yes. Arcana incoming. Nope. Doing it.
You cast out your spell, and well, let's let it roll its saving throw. And though you feel the spell strike home, you see the burst of energy. But as it strikes in, you see it being drawn into the channels and kind of just dissipating across the body of the golem. You believe it is immune to necrotic damage.
Well, I just learned something. It's immune to necrotic damage. Intern.
Okay. This dwarf, well, seeing the melee there, you know what? He's just gonna run in and join in. Gonna be attacking you, Loriam.
Yes, sir.
Attacker.
Oh, fine.
Oh, but I think a 15 is a miss.
Yeah.
Attacking again.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a hit though.
Just a bit.
For another 10 points of piercing. And there's already auras galore, so that is his turn. As there is a sensation of movement, and the dwarf shudders as from behind. 1, 2. Oh, only one hit. +3. Oof, only 8 points of damage. Before Magnus is going to make sure he does not end his turn in the aura. And that is his turn. As we come to this miner, who is surrounded by 3 people. So, Loriam, 1, 2, or 5, 6?
1, 2.
Gonna attack you, Naira.
I thought it would be low. Oh well, it can't hit Naira.
I was gonna say it's
I mean, of all the people he could
Yeah.
be going for.
It hasn't even come around yet, has it?
I
Oh no, I'll have to. I will have to use another shield at this point.
If he rolls like an 18, that he would need to hit your 25. Nope. So you're good. Oh wait, he does get 2 attacks, so maybe second time around. And this went on for several hours. Loriam, go ahead and give me a con save.
Do I have to give 2?
No.
I'm in 2. Oh, okay.
You are in 2, but it's like it is an effect that you need to save against. Oh no! Yeah, you take
Ouch.
3 points of necrotic damage.
I'm physically
and-
assaulted with pain.
Your turn awaits.
Yes, sir. Swinging at the fucker in front of me.
That's a hit.
Yeah. Decapitation, please.
Decapitation indeed.
And then turning his sights on big fucker. I hope.
Okay.
We will see. Oh.
That's a hit!
Yeah.
Let's get something. This has gone far too mellow.
And final hit.
Something also ominous.
Man, that one gave me 2. I've already used my reaction notifications. That's why.
Oh.
It's like, are you sure you
Are
have
you
this
sure
many
you wanna do
reactions?
So you do have a bardic inspiration if you wanted to use it.
I already used it last turn, unless he did it again.
I thought he did it again.
Did you do it again?
No, he did not.
nope.
Okay, my
I
mistake.
didn't, nope.
Nope. Okay, so that your turn?
Yeah.
Okay. The golem. Let's
Sorry,
see
guys,
if
let
he.
me get another turn.
We were really trying.
I failed.
Oh! He does not get his shriek back.
Oh, thank God.
But he does have 2 attacks, and he is going to swing one at you, Lorium. Since you just dealt him some damage.
See.
But I believe a 19 is a miss.
Yes.
Okay, the second attack is going to go after Naira.
And then I attack him.
Oh, 23 is also a miss, and so yeah, as he swings, the big thick head jams into the wall.
No!
Oh!
Whoa!
This is why I always advantage fish.
Oh, yeah, that aura should go away because the dwarf got beheaded. But okay, that is going to be its turn as we come to this gentleman who is going to swing at you. Lorium, given that you are the only one in reach.
Yes, sir.
Attack, advantage, and miss. Attack, advantage.
Hit.
Hit. Damage. For 7. Wander, you're up.
Yeah.
Hello. Whoop. Whoop. Whoop.
Bob. I love how after everything that has been done to this golem, this is what takes it out.
It'd be funny.
It would be funny. It's funny.
That's a fail.
It'd be funny. It's funny.
Not bad.
Died a cantrip.
Yeah, I think that's it for the thing.
And back around the corner.
It's fitting that radiant damage does it though.
Yeah, that was radiant. So yeah, it doesn't even get its resistance or anything. So okay, is that your turn?
Yep.
Naira, you're up.
That.
And
changes
and actually,
something.
as the golem goes down, Naira, you in particular, this Wander throws out his hand and the flame bursts against it. The final kind of panels that seem to be holding its the mechanisms and the energy within it together burst apart, and you see once more this shape of this shrieking face trapped within. And as the body falls backward, the face changes. The shriek, the expression of anguish fading. And you see now a dwarfen face that looks briefly at you and then fades. And you feel the coin pouch on your hip activating, energizing, and know a coin has been minted.
As before it fades, she will just say, You are free to go.
Kind of nods once as it fades from existence.
Then can I walk through this area here?
Yeah.
Do I know where Magnus is? Do I have a general idea?
He is not actively hiding, so yes, you are aware that he's there.
So and then this star. Except I just placed it. I'm going for this guy.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yes!
Nice.
That might be enough for both.
Does that double the?
Oh
the
shit!
damage on the
Yeah,
group
because
claim?
that will double all
It
of
would
the
double
damage
everything,
associated
right?
with it. Yeah.
Okie doke.
That's
So,
gonna be 4d8 to that motherfucker.
So
Where's
it's
my-
2d8 on this guy. So 2d8 here.
And she still gets another attack, like it's over. Period.
So that's
Ooh.
just on my original attack, and then
Okay. And then 4d8 to this other chap.
woo!
22. Ooh, he is still just up.
And then who am I more likely to hit? Guy when I do advantage, so I'm still going after that guy.
Okay.
Yes!
Holy shit! There's no
Unprecedented.
brakes on this train.
There's like 3
Oh,
nat
man.
20s in a row.
Naira has been blessed by Kelimvor. He is obviously quite proud of her for releasing that soul, and she's getting rewarded.
Yeah, something's definitely going on.
And you're attacking the one in the middle, right? So, like, after this, we'll clearly be able to see where Magnus is. He'll be covered in blood.
I mean, yeah, basically. Has we come? Is that your turn?
That doesn't include any of my bonus actions, so can this dude right here please give me a DC 17 strength, or I'm going to put him right next to Magnus.
Surely. Strength, there we go. Saving throw.
Oh!
Oh, yes he can.
Waste that nat 20. Waste it. It's fine.
Is that your turn?
That's my turn. Oh no,
Okay.
actually, no.
Oh,
No. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but
You're
I
good.
am going to step back here.
Okay.
I'll take the attacks of opportunity.
Yeah. I mean, they're gonna give it a go.
Oh, one of
You're
them
not still
can't.
mobile?
Yeah, this guy
Okay.
can't because because I attacked him, so only one
Okay,
attack of
so
opportunity.
the other one will take his swing. And miss! And Midnight, you're up.
Yeah. Midnight. I'm trying to decide. I can't do that. That's too cheeky. I'm gonna attack with my bow.
Okie dokie.
I was like, if I attack with my bow and drop it and pick up my dagger and throw it with my offhand, can I do that? I think that's too cheeky.
I mean, technically, if you, dropping your bow is free. You could pick up your dagger as your free item interaction, and then use your move to throw it. So technically, yes, you could.
Well, then I'm gonna try something.
But you wouldn't be able to do that, and you wouldn't be able to fire your bow, drop it, and do that.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. I don't think I can get away with that.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to fire Witch Hazel. Not drag.
"29 hits."
I mean, just to see.
He did.
How dead is he?
Very dead.
And then, because I'm sure, I am confident that this is over now, I'm gonna stow my bow away and prepare to pick up my daggers when battle's over.
Okay. Uther, you're up.
Uther's going to see the guy. Finally, I get to use this. And just turn. Target. And give him the 2-piece combo. Oh, no, I won't. No, say it again. Give it to me. 23?
That's a hit.
I got
There we go.
flashbacks to the Nat 1 Uther special.
Plus 5.
Does it not
if you
get-
did that.
Yeah. So he's actually still hanging on by the barest of threads.
Hilarious. End turn.
Has with a well, he is going to activate his aura of soul death. Not that I expect it to come in any kind of handy, but he is going to give it one last college try. Attacking Lorium. No advantage this time, and that's a miss. And a miss. As Magnus needs to now make.
Come on, Maggie. Bring it
Con
home.
save. Which he does so with advantage from the thing. So he's fine. And then is going to go ahead and recklessly attack, because why the fuck not? That's a hit. And another hit. And though he only has 2 hit points left, Magnus does not know the meaning of restraint. And rends him apart with 19 points of damage. Blood spatters across the stone floor. The energy, the necrotic energy pouring from these creatures fades. And the party is left in control of the battlefield.
Midnight's just gonna limp back into the room.
From beyond the guild hall, the rest of the town seems, so far at least, unaware of what just transpired. The sturdy stone walls and the close-packed cavern around, the filled with the noise of the river that passes, making it hard to hear much of what transpires beyond the immediate vicinity, and sparing you, for the moment, it would seem, the attentions of the larger population of this small place.
Lorem's not even gonna hesitate. He's just gonna sit down and start casting a spell. Seeing that several people, except Wander, are a little beat up. He's just gonna cast this. It's gonna be 10 minutes. So I hope everybody's chill with me for a moment.
Oh, wait. That's a difference. What spell you casted?
Well, I would love for it to actually cast.
Come on, Foundry.
Oh, here. I have to shift click, huh?
Ah.
That's everybody who's hurt. I mean, sure, I'll click on you. Just because I love you. For Wander. 16 bits
okay.
of healing.
And as this power begins to pour from you, an invisible voice speaks and says, "Well, Uther, you were certainly correct. They are a most capable bunch."
Yes, they are. We're lucky to have them around while we're searching for these coins. As he just looks at Naira and gives her that, like, you got it, and then just nod at her.
Naira is sort of examining this golem, trying to learn anything that she can. So, immunity to necrotic and vulnerable to lightning. Okay.
You can go ahead and roll me an Arcana for your examination.
$24.
24. Okay. And I will tell you more of exactly what you learn with that 24 on the next exciting episode of Land of Sundered Crowns.
Yay! Huzzah!
Please make sure you
As-
all heal up.
I did.
Yes.
Okay.
I just
I
took a lot of damage.
don't think I didn't take very much damage.
Didn't take very much, so no, yeah, I don't think you did actually heal. Because you took the initial 11 from its shriek, and you're down 11.
If you press the check
Yeah.
mark on it, it should heal you automatically.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yay!
Oh well, we're still. I'll ask after.
But cool, we will leave it there for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had fun clearing out the guild house, and we shall see what the rest of Guard Halek has to offer you.
Yay!
Next.
Wow, it's so cool how in both campaigns there are people I really want to murder right now.
I don't know who you would possibly want to murder in the shadow that it was. I got
Roslyn.
Everyone.
That list is actually longer. than the Land